You've been taking every part of me. Now you know where to be found. You got me confused, a little off balance. Thought I knew you, but you got bad habits. I only see through when I'm thinking about you, thinking about you. I'm feeling anxious and slowly breaking. Give you my heart, but you keep my waiting. Searching for answers, no explanation. You make love so complicated. I'm feeling anxious and slowly breaking. Give you my heart, but you keep my waiting. Searching for answers, no explanation. You make love so complicated. You make love so complicated. Before I knew you, you make love so complicated. I give you my heart. You make love so complicated. So damn tired of trying to understand why I still believe that what we have was ever meant to last. Guess you made a fool of me. You got me confused, a little off balance. Thought I knew you, but you got bad habits. I only see through when I'm thinking about you, thinking about you. I'm feeling anxious and slowly breaking. Give you my heart, but you keep my waiting. Searching for answers, no explanation. You make love so complicated. I'm feeling anxious and slowly breaking. Give you my heart, but you keep my waiting. Searching for answers, no explanation. You make love so complicated. I'm slowly breaking. You make love so complicated. I'm only seeing blue. You make love so complicated. Why do I still believe you make love so complicated?
I live my life searching for the light. Been learning to fight through the darkness. I'll get this right. We were born to shine and we still got time. It's not hopeless. Don't look now. Here comes that awful feeling. My walls are caving in. Heaven help, I can see my ghost on the ceiling. Let me breathe again. 'Cause I just wanna live my life. I'm never backing down. I swear I'm gonna fight the good fight. Just wanna get it right. I'm ready for it now. You know I'm gonna fight the good fight. You know I'm gonna fight the good fight. You know I'm gonna fight the good fight. Fight the good fight. Yeah, I've lost my crown, but no, I will not bow. You know I'm here right now for the long run. Yeah, you see me down, but you know I'll never drown. You know I'll get back up on it somehow. Don't look now. Here comes that awful feeling. My walls are caving in. Heaven help, I can see my ghost on the ceiling. Let me breathe again. 'Cause I just wanna live my life.
True story, guys. little special coach interlude here. I ran the entire pre-show back through our editor today, and I included Nirvana soundtrack instrumental covers, and it got hit. I uploaded it just to see if it would pass the YouTube algorithm or pass the test for copyright, and it got shot down within minutes. So I am still searching for something. So just stick with us. I'll change it up occasionally, and I hear you. I hear you.
Cause I've been stuck in the motions, pushing all the buttons and hoping it turns out right. Always pretending I know best, and I'm in control, but I don't know about this time, not this time. Boy, you're playing my heart like an arcade video game, like a prize to win. Oh yeah, you're playing my love like an arcade video game, going insane.
the back of my mind, there's a memory. You were holding my hand tight, kissing on a moonlit street. And I've been missing you since then. Yeah, I still smell you on my sheets. Loving you is sweet, sweetheart. Losing you is killing me. Baby, I can't breathe. Baby, I can't breathe. I remember your eyes like a warm sunset, rolling on my king-size bed. Moments that I can't forget. And I've been missing you since then. Yeah, I still smell you on my sheets. Loving you is sweet, sweetheart. Losing you is killing me. Baby, I can't breathe. Honey, I'm on my knees. Baby, can you hear me? Honey, you're all I need. Baby, I can't breathe. Baby, I can't breathe.
Don't you wanna be free like a waterfall, flowing on the riverside, places you don't have to hide. Sometimes you're alone, there's no one to turn to, feeling you'll be left outside, struggle with a heavy mind. Just breathe in life and light it up. Pray for those who lost it all. Here you know we are one alliance. Why going back to nowhere? We played a game, we kind of lost it. We cannot change. Going under. Don't you wanna be free like a waterfall, flowing on the riverside, places you don't have to hide. Someday you find love, somebody to run to, walking by the ocean side, meet you at the mountain night. Just breathe in life and light it up. Pray for those who lost it all. Yeah, you know we are one alliance. Why going back to nowhere? We played a game, we kind of lost it. We cannot change, going under.
space between you and I will never break your stride. We could hold on, soak it in. Wouldn't let it slip away before it begins. We could stay awake for hours. We can act out all these hours. If you need a place to hide, I'll be your getaway. I will meet your side. Get lost in the space between you and I will never break your stride. Would you wait for me now? Or should we leave it in the past? I wanna make you proud. I wanna make it last. If you need a place to hide, I'll be your getaway. I will meet your side. Get lost in the space between you and I will never break your stride. We could hold on, soak it in. Wouldn't let it slip away before it begins. We could stay awake for hours. We can act out all these hours. If you need a place to hide, I'll be your getaway. I will meet your side. Get lost in the space between you and I will never break your stride. I don't wanna see you. I don't wanna hear you tonight. I don't wanna fight you. You don't wanna know if I feel alright. I don't wanna just forgive you, I just wanna be fine. I'll be waiting for a sign to light up, yeah. And your heart is out of sight. I just wanna feel mine. Hey you, I'm gonna be the one for another one. Hey you, maybe then you know that I was never one. I don't wanna see you. I don't wanna fear you tonight. You don't wanna know me. You just wanna make sure you're right. I'm gonna be the one for another one. Maybe then you'll know that I was never one. I'm gonna be the one for another one. I don't wanna feel you tonight. Got me. Got me. Can I feel you? Got me. Got me. Can I feel you? I don't wanna call you. I don't wanna know what you think. I'm the one you go to whenever you feel like you're about to sink. I don't wanna just forget you, but I wanna be fine. I'll be waiting for a sign to light up, yeah. And your heart is out of sight. I just wanna feel mine. Hey you, I could become the one for another one. Hey you, maybe then you'll know that I was never one. I'm gonna be the one for another one. Maybe then you'll know that I was never one. I'm gonna be the one for another one. I don't
if I feel right. Oh, I can't see the color running through your veins, and I can't breathe, and everything you do is bad. Love me. Oh, I can't see the color running through your veins, and I can't breathe, and everything you do is bad. Oh, I can't see.
Coach and Nick from Echo Base Network, thank you so much for being here with us tonight at Echo Base TV, where community happens. Where community happens. Coach and Nick from Echo Base Network, thank you so much for being here with us tonight at Echo Base TV, where community happens. Do you like authentic Star Wars conversations? Of course you do. And we got about a 4-hour long one that's about to it's about to happen, guys. We have a Star Wars mega show tonight. So much to talk about. We have been waiting on this. We are over prepared for tonight. Welcome back to this last week was a big one. We got the Mandalorian. It is back. Nick and I are going to go through that piece by piece. We got all kinds of news concerning Star Wars, especially news concerning Favreau and Filoni and the future of the franchise. Tonight, we're going to have member pop-ins, and we're even going to go over to Discord and have a watch party for The Mandalorian at the conclusion of tonight's show. Nick, how are you doing?
Might help if I unmute my mic. Doing good, doing good. Ready to get started. I've been running around all day today, so
I hear you. So thank you for being here, guys. He's ready to get started, so we're going to go ahead and get started. So tonight we're going to discuss the Star Wars news of the week while hanging out with you guys, the best Star Wars community on YouTube. Thank you for our moderators who are here in the house moderating and doing your thing. Thank you for our members, our subscribers, and especially any and all of our guests. Usually I go through and tell everybody, like everybody's name that I see. I didn't get to do that, but I saw Star Wars Mom. So I want to say what is up to Star Wars Mom. She is awesome. Happy birthday to Donna Hergenrether. She had a birthday.
Donna.
She had a birthday just a few days ago. So happy birthday to her. Want to say again, we're going to have pop-ins tonight and a watch party. As always, guys, there are 4 ways that you could support us here at the channel, and we greatly appreciate that. And we got some big news about that support. Always, first up, you could join our membership family here on the YouTube side of things. We got 4 different levels of members. We have Padawans, Jedi Knights, Jedi Masters, and Jedi Grand Masters. And we appreciate all of that. We also have Patreon, which is becoming very popular. And if you haven't noticed lately, Nick and I have been talking about Patreon a lot. Couldn't hardly say it because we're doing so many things over there. Just this past week, we have posted Picard episode 3, The Bad Batch episode 11, Mandalorian chapter 3 episode 1, the full reaction from me and Nick, and just the video by itself. Light and Magic episode 3 of 6, Deep Space 9, seasons 2 episodes 11 and 12, which is me and Nick's full reactions, and the Star Wars Cloak of Deception 5.5 hour audiobook. That's a pretty good bargain, Nick. Patreon is where it is at.
Yep, tons and tons of stuff over there. Just uploaded our DS9 reaction.
Yeah,
last night
I mentioned that. Yeah,
on there.
I mentioned that.
Okay.
I named it all. Like,
okay, yeah. The next Light and Magic episode I'll drop tonight on there.
You need some coffee, man?
Man, I've been going nonstop since I got up today.
Okay. All right. So another thing, you could join us over on the merch store. I just created some brand new shirts yesterday, about 7 or 8 of them. So go check out our merch store and any and all super chats. If you want to join in on the conversation for sure, and support the channel, send in a super chat, and Nick and I will be hitting super chats. We'll clear them out after every topic of conversation. And we've got, I want to say, about 13 topics of conversation tonight. So super chats will be hit very, very quickly, and we appreciate that. All right, Nick, well, it's time to go ahead and speaking of super chats, we got things that we want to go ahead and hit. Rogue Sarge sends in a $19.99 super chat. Hello, everyone at EBN, and I want to say special congratulations to our friend Rogue Sarge. He hit over 100 subscribers. I believe it was today. It might have been yesterday, but I feel like it was today. So he has surged past 100, onwards and upwards, my friend. Congratulations. Yep. Debbie Young has gifted 10 Echo Base Network memberships as well. Thank you so much, Debbie, for doing that. And speaking
of Debbie,
she sends in a $9.99 super chat. To support EBN, Coach and Nick, Grogu has brown eyes. Well,
they if you buy the little doll, you can definitely tell that they have some brown in them. But on the show, they look black.
No, they don't look black. They look freaking evil.
Yeah.
They look like Mum Ra's eyes on Thundercats.
Yeah.
Like he's scary. If I saw that dude in the floor in the middle of the night, I would punt him. All right. Felix Kiros with a $10 super chat. May the force be with you, Echo Base Network. I am ready for another EBN live stream with Coach and Nick are you. Let's go Star Wars forever. Happy 40th return of the Jedi. Thank you so much,
40
Felix.
years.
40 years. We got some special things that we're going to do about the 40th anniversary of Return of the Jedi. We are working on putting that video together, so it will be coming out probably in the next month. So we do have a very special video to honor one of our favorite movies of all time, turning 40 years old. Jedi Master Lawrence has also gifted 10 Echo Base Network memberships, so we appreciate that very much. And welcome to all 20 of our new members so far. Thrawn has been with us for 24 months. He sends in a member chat. He says, honored to be celebrating 2 years of being a loyal officer of EBN tonight. Welcome. Happy anniversary. We are so glad to have you, bro. Ghost Rider has been with us for 13 months. He is a Jedi Master. He sent in a member chat as well. Be you Jedi or Sith, Imperial or Rebel, Republic or Separatist, OT, prequel, even sequel fan, we are all Star Wars fans. This is the way. We are, you are, EBN, I have spoken. Thank you, Ghost Rider. Great chat there. And Nova Vaughn has been a member with us for 7 months, and he sends in a member chat. It's never too late for a new beginning in your life, so be positive, be cool, and you will be all right. So thank you for all of that, everybody. As we always say, we are You Are Echo Base Network. Nick and I will be right back to start the start of the show. We're to go ahead and jump into our first topics. So, anyways, this video is for you. All right, so the way that we do this typically on a Saturday night, we go through we work our way to the made news. We're going to open the show up with some very quick little snippets just to kind of update you guys on what else is going on in the Star Wars world. I know that many of you are here just to get into the Mandalorian discussion, and that is precisely where we are headed, and we will be there in just a few moments. I would say probably 10 minutes from now. It's going to be all Mando from here on out. But before we get there, there are some things that we want to share with everybody that we think are important, and this is good stuff. So up first, Jedi Survivor. The director wants to make Cal's saga a trilogy, and I did see an update to the story. I believe that Star Wars Theory had an exclusive yesterday where he confirmed that there will be one final game, the third game, to finish the trilogy for Star Wars Survivor and the story of Cal Kestis and all of that. So if that is your thing, that's awesome news. So you get your full trilogy, your full story of Cal Kestis. Thoughts, Nick?
I love the Jedi Fallen Order games. I'm definitely getting the Jedi Survivor when it comes out for sure. And yeah, that's good news to hear that they're going to do a third one after this one. So I'm guessing that the second one will probably end sort of on a cliffhanger, sort of similar to the first one, and then hopefully they'll wrap everything up in a nice little bow by the end of the third one. But it's a great game. There's a lot of people really enjoyed that game. A lot of fans out there for that, and so yeah, I'm excited. Can't wait to play it.
Happy 1 month, Necro Freak.
Hell, Necro.
He says, "Where's my 1 month shutout?" Let's see. We do have people gifting and sending in super chats. We'll hit those in just a moment, guys. So yeah, Jedi Survivor is getting a sequel again. So to finish off a trilogy. So that is good news. On to the next bit of news. Microsoft and Xbox are coming out with an exclusive Mandalorian themed Xbox Series X and Series S. And they've even made Grogu's little pod that you can literally sit in. It has a built-in screen with built-in speakers and things, and you could sit in that and play. They didn't make very many of those, and they're giving one away. So there is all of that information. If that is your kind of thing, the giveaway is ending by 8 o'clock on May 11th. So, anyways, that
How
is
big is that thing you sit in?
it's got to be huge.
It's gotta be.
Yeah, it's got to be big. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's weird for sure. But anyways,
Do they give any dimensions on it?
no,
I bet my ass couldn't fit in there.
I bet it couldn't.
Yeah, it's probably for kids.
You don't like Xbox anyways. So.
Yeah, FX bot.
Oh my gosh. All right. Whatever.
Sony pony for life.
All right. Warrisy sends in a $5 super chat. He says, we are EBN. Have you gents considered reviewing Babylon 5? Story, acting, characters, the start of computer gen CGI, story arc, origins. Do it. I'll tell you what, Warrisy, when we're finished with everything else that we're doing, that's on our list because Nick has never seen it either. So that's something that we could actually go through together.
Yeah. I've seen bits and pieces of it when I was a kid, when my dad watched it. But yeah, I don't remember very much about it.
So are you down for watching that?
Yeah, I'm down.
I think a lot of people would enjoy that, and we could put that on Patreon, and that'd be fun.
Yep.
So yeah, we'll do that. So thank you, Warsi. Skits 3D has gifted 5 Echo Base Network memberships. So that is, oh wow, Skits 3D gifted 5, and Ted's Nerd World gifted 1. So welcome to the 26 new members here at EBN. That is awesome. Thank you guys so much for all that. We got 193 concurrent viewers at the moment with 86 likes. So if we could get those likes up to about 150, guys, we would be very, very happy for that support.
Smash that like button.
Smash the like button. It helps us out. It gets it out, and other people will be alerted to our stream. So YouTube will push us out. We definitely want to do that. So thank you so much. So up next we have Mando Mania kicks off with new products and collectible highlights. Look, we're not going this stuff's not all that cool, not gonna lie. We're just gonna kind of fly by it, but you see some of the things that have you got a Logitech headset, a Mandalorian edition. You've got whatever these little electronic games are. This is beyond me. I don't know, but if you like that, that's awesome for you.
They're like little 8-bit NFTs or something.
This is the way Life Planner. Somebody needs to buy that for Filoni, maybe. So, there's a specific reason that I say that. So we'll get into that here later on. A Grogu Pram Biddy Boomer Bluetooth speaker looks like something X-Wing would have.
Yeah.
Disney Emoji Blitz new events by Jam City. I have absolutely no idea what I'm looking at, but if you know what those are and that's your thing, then that's awesome for you. Let's move on.
Yeah, that Blitz thing is a mobile game that's freaking it's like Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes. It's just tries to suck every single penny it can out of every single person playing it. I like Galaxy of Heroes, but man, I don't spend money on it, and it's a money pit.
All right. Well, up next, the page doesn't like it.
Did they delete it?
We got a problem here. Houston, there's a problem. Oh, I didn't think I was going to get to show it. So Lego, Risman's always getting mad at me because I forego the Lego news, and how he's a Lego fanatic, so he gets mad at me. But Lego has revealed a new Executor Super Star Destroyer set, and it looks fantastic. So you can see it right there.
Small.
It is already on pre-order. I don't know how small that's going to be, bro. Oh, yeah. 17 inches. It's 1.5 feet.
Yeah.
It's pretty big.
Like looking at the picture where she was holding it, it looked like it was like in comparison to this,
yeah,
it's not like, huge.
Yep, not huge, but it is, and so that's exactly why it's only $69.99.
Yeah.
Because if it was huge, you'd already know it'd be
Oh
200 bucks.
yeah, it'd be like
Yeah.
freaking like $800 or something.
Yeah. So, anyways, if you would like the small version of the Executor, head over to Lego and pre-order that thing right now. If you want to watch somebody enjoy it, Rissman will be playing on camera in the near future. I promise. Original Star Wars actor releases a new memoir. Legendary actor Kevin Thompson. I got to be honest, Nick, I did not know Kevin Thompson at all, but he is the person in Return of the Jedi that did the majority of the Ewok action scenes, swinging from the
Mm,
vine and other things.
okay.
This was him, and he's a little person, but he has come out with a book that you could buy right now. Here, as a matter of fact, if you'd like to check it out, there's a paperback edition. It's very cheap. You want you some good Star Wars stories from somebody who was actually there and was there on set every day. And anyways,
I think he was
paperback
at Star
version,
Wars Celebration last year.
maybe. Paperback version is $17.39, and you see the cover of the book right there. My Journey to Endor. So pretty neat there, I got to say, and that might be just worth a read, a yub-nub for sure. All right, up next, a disturbance in the Force goes beyond the infamous Star Wars holiday special. Oh boy! So the documentary is getting closer to coming out, and let's go ahead and look at this trailer. Yikes!
So this is a fan documentary?
I don't think so.
This is something by Disney?
I don't know who's producing it. That's why we have show notes. I don't know. I don't know. Directed by Jeremy Kuhn and Steve Kozak. It's a real documentary. It's a real produced documentary. I don't know if it's done by Disney or not.
All right.
Okay. All right. So here we go.
In 1978, Lucasfilm made a huge mistake they prefer we all forget. The Star Wars Holiday Special.
Definitely not done by Disney.
Nobody is allowed to mention this.
No, you don't remember?
It is so bad, it's not good.
You have to see the Star Wars Holiday Special to believe it. The Emperor said we can't show the special in this trailer, but rest assured you will see all the clips you can handle in the documentary film, A Disturbance in the Force.
The Star Wars Holiday Special is sort of like the holy grail.
I wanted to see this more than I wanted to live.
We're starving as fans for anything Star Wars.
So funny and so stupid at the same time.
We have seen something that we weren't supposed to see. How did this happen?
To find answers, we travel back and experience the insanity of 1970s variety television.
When 70s TV was bad, there was no description for it.
He's dead now.
How in the world is George Lucas allowing this to happen?
You intergalactic fool. Think you know about the Star Wars Holiday Special? You don't. A Disturbance in the Force. A story 45 years in the making.
So there it is. That'll be good for a laugh, anyways. You know.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind watching and reacting to that and putting that on Patreon.
We will definitely do that for sure. So let's see. Matt Rissman has gifted 5 Echo Base Network memberships. So that is 31. Thank you, Matt. And Donna Hergenrether with a $9.99 super chat. Can't be in chat tonight. Thank you for the B-Day wishes. I am listening. Just sad that Bad Batch was better than Mando. Well, all right. I understand.
I haven't seen that.
I'm sure there's a lot of people that agree with you. I don't, but
Oh, did you watch the latest Bad Batch?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
I did. But it's cool. It's cool. I'm glad that you got you some Star Wars that you enjoyed this week, Donna. And happy birthday, and you are
Happy
missed.
birthday, Donna.
So, all right, that catches us up with super chats, and that is all of our little bitty topics. Now it's time to get to the main topics, the big stuff tonight. So here we go. Up first, Mandalorian season 3 is the worst and the best of Star Wars TV. Kind of early to be saying that after seeing just one episode.
Yeah. Jumping
so
the gun a little bit.
yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read through some of this, and I'm going to kind of let Nick respond to some of these comments, some of these quotes. So as we go down here, let's see. Episode 1 of The Mandalorian season 3 starts off promising with the Children of the Night Watch helmet forging and initiation ceremony, a ritual that looks awful like a baptism. That's bad. That's bad writing. That's suddenly interrupted by a giant alligator-like creature emerging from the lake. The various Mandalorians fight off the creature, but it's ultimately destroyed by Mando in his new starfighter. So let's just stop there. You want to speak on that scene? You know one thing that throws me off about that scene, Nick, and chat, and chat. We're gonna let you kind of check our oil on some of these comments that we're gonna mention. I thought it was really stupid. Got to be honest. I enjoyed the show. Most of you saw our review. I gave it a 7. As a fan, I gave it a 7.
Yeah.
As a critic, I would probably go lower.
Same.
No, I would certainly go lower. But I thought them choosing to live in a cave next to a creature like that will eat you is incredibly dumb.
Yeah. I mean, surely they had to have known that it was there, you would think. Or
it looked like the armorer definitely knew.
Yeah, like I think that creature's coming or something. She obviously noticed something was coming,
right?
But I don't know if they were there for any amount of time. You would think that they would know that this creature was there, or creatures like it existed on the planet that they were on, and you would.
I mean, was that the first initiation that they've had where they're standing in the water? This creature just come up out of nowhere?
Who knows?
If that creature's in that water, maybe there's more. It stands to reason there would be more creatures in the water like that.
We really get a lot of this J.J. Abrams freaking mystery box theater in this episode.
What would have happened, Nick, if Mando had not shown up in his Naboo starfighter?
Everybody would have died.
I mean, they weren't even putting a dent in that thing.
I mean, yeah, they weren't really, it didn't seem like they were too much of a match for it.
What about the 3 that harpooned the thing?
That thing could have literally whipped its head and sent them flying. I mean, that's literally like trying to rope a hippo.
That's the one thing about the Boba Fett scene in Return of the Jedi that I don't like.
Mm-hmm.
When he fires the rope and it goes around Han, just pull your blaster out and shoot him.
Goes around Han? You mean Luke?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Did I say Han? I meant Luke. Yeah, that's just stupid.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He could have easily. Oh no. Well, he did that because right before that, Luke chopped his blaster in half.
Well, I still think it's stupid.
No,
it's just a dumb thing. So, anyways, all right, let's continue.
So, real quick, Peak OB1 says, "What does J.J. Abrams have to do with this, Nick?" J.J. Abrams has nothing to do with this, but there's a lot of J.J. Abrams-esque mystery box theater in this episode to where we don't really get any kind of explanation. It's just sort of like, it's just there. It's just happening, and we'll get into it as we dive into the episode. I mean, obviously, JJ had nothing to do with this show or this episode, but people have been really critical of his just mystery box crap that he did in the sequels, and we actually get some of that in this episode, and there's not really any denying that. I mean, it's just a fact.
I agree, and it's bad storytelling is what it is.
Yeah. Again, I thought the episode was fine, but to be critical, it definitely has its parts to where it's fair to be critical on it.
So same exact thing happened in Mando with the Crate Dragon, but less cool. What I just saw was less cool than the Crate Dragon. I thought the Crate Dragon thing was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, we know that Crate Dragons are on Tatooine, so that makes sense. Anyways, I don't know. So let's continue here. He's visiting to talk to the armorer about getting forgiven of his transgressions, which apparently involves resurrecting an old friend, consulting an old enemy, and a random encounter with a band of pirates, a mishmash of many moments that end abruptly after 35 minutes. I think that is a really good sentence there.
Yeah.
He's visiting to talk to the armorer about getting forgiven of his transgressions. So he goes there. Then he planet jumps to go talk to Grief Karga.
Real quick,
then he planet jumps again to go see Bo-Katan.
Real quick, though, he had this conversation with the armor in Book of Boba Fett.
Yes.
So why is he going back to have the same conversation?
Because a lot of people didn't see that.
I understand that. I understand why they did it for people that didn't, but for the story, it doesn't really make sense. I'm going to have this conversation and then I'm going to go do something else. I'm going to come back and have the same conversation with you.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's like, why are we seeing it again? But Favreau has talked about that, and he said that, remember, we're trying to bring in new people too.
Yeah. And it's like, it's almost sort of like they were doing this was like a catch-up episode. Like, you guys haven't been around in 2 years. The show hasn't been on in 2 years. So this is a refresher of what's going on, what's happening for anybody that forgot.
Which would have been better served in the prelude, if you ask me.
Yeah.
They should have just said that in the prelude, and we literally could have skipped all of that armorer business.
Yeah, all of it.
But, that's the choice that they made, and and that's why we're talking about it.
Yeah.
And I see there's a lot of people in the chat that are like, they don't have a problem with it. That's totally fine.
I don't necessarily have a problem with it, but it was noticeable.
It definitely stuck out to me.
Yeah,
because we've already had this conversation.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm with
Red
you.
Tiger said in the chat, recap. Yeah, it's basically like a recap episode.
Yep, that's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
There have been a number of jokes over the years calling The Mandalorian Space Errands, the TV show.
Yeah.
Season 3, episode 1 is literally just that. Din Djarin, toting his kid around as he looks for memory circuit, tries to see what the deal is with Mandalore, and remarks how Navarro is such a tourist trap now. It's all the result of a disjointed storytelling we've seen since the end of episode 2, both in universe and out of it. The Book of Boba Fett established the living waters, but this episode had to repeat the explanation for those who didn't see it.
That's exactly what I just said.
Yep.
I haven't even read this article.
You never read the articles.
No.
Bo-Katan's stolen fleet, the entire point of her first meeting with Mando, unceremoniously left her off screen because Din has the Darksaber. Then there's the matter of Cara Dune. Magistrate Grief Karga is tasked with exposition, dumping what happened to her since Lucasfilm no longer has ties with Gina Carano.
Mm-hmm.
The proposed solution is that she was the one to turn in Moff Gideon, which allowed her a spot in Special Forces. It's hard not to look at it as a forced moment when you know the context. I see what they're saying there, but I gotta tell you guys, I thought they handled the Cara Dune. I thought they handled it well in the first episode. Like I definitely raised my antenna during that scene to see what they were going to say.
Yeah.
I'm pleased that they didn't kill her. She's the character is still in the universe. So I thought they handled it. I thought they handled it well. If they had not addressed it, that would always be hanging over us, and we would always be talking about it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, anything you want to say about that?
No. No.
The Mandalorian has. Well, let us know what you thought, because I know y'all want to chime in. What did you think about how they handled Cara Dune's character?
I ultimately I agree with what you just said. I didn't have anything to add.
All right. The Mandalorian has always prioritized the episode in its storytelling. Each of its chapters delivers a thematically unified standalone story. This episode seems to be the exception to the rule, essentially serving as a hodgepodge of scenes to truly start the season right in episode 2. Every complaint about episode 1 is completely dismissed by episode 2, which immediately clicks back. All right, so I want to stop. So that's going to get into episode 2. I don't know how many of you know anything about episode 2. I've basically been given a rundown of what happens in episode 2, and I got to tell you guys, it's sounding really good. The second episode is sounding really good to me, and I'm looking forward to this next episode. Got a lot to say about it next week for sure when it happens. So, anyways, let's go ahead and clear these super chats real quick, and we will move on to the next topic. Rock Lee with a $9.99 super chat. Hey, Coach and Nick, did you notice that Kylo Ren image was removed from the intro credit part? Cameron Pasha has good information on that. So I don't know what Cameron has said about it, but I do know that the helmet, you know, when they do like the helmets in the intros, Kylo Ren's helmet has always been there. It's gone now.
I never noticed.
He is not there. So
interesting.
That is gone. You know, does that mean anything? I don't know, guys. I don't know. I would be interested to see what Cameron says about that. But yeah, it is gone for sure. Deakery with $4.99 had to suspend disbelief that season 1 and 2 existed to bear the first episode of season 3. I'm with you. Again,
are they talking about Picard?
Oh gosh, I don't even know. That could go either way. I don't know. Deakery? I don't. I think it's talking about Mando.
Oh, I just suspend disbelief that season 1 and season 2 existed to bear the first episode.
It's better for Picard. I mean, which we'll be talking about Picard, just not tonight.
Yeah.
Don't even get me off. Don't do that to me. Thank you for the super chat, but I got to stay with Mando tonight. I got a lot to say about Picard. It is so good. It is so good. Anyways,
this last episode of Picard was really good.
This has been a good week. Like, we got Mando back. Picard is great.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right. So, anyways, everybody, that is got us caught up. And by the way, you can watch Picard. Go ahead and plug our Patreon.
Yep.
So, all right.
You can watch it on Patreon.
So let's do this. We've got this is the Mandalorian season 3 launch event. We got so much that we're going to be going through. So just stick with us, guys. Lots to discuss, and I can't wait to see what you guys have to say when we do our pop-ins here after a while. So I'm going to pause this occasionally for the copyright. And here we go. And I want to say this, you know, Nick and I are being critical over some things with Mando episode 1.
Our critical eye never goes away.
Never. But we're also going to say what we really liked.
Yeah.
You know, and I definitely have faith in Favreau My faith in Filoni is shaken a little.
Yeah.
And we're going to be talking about that a lot as we're winding down tonight. We're really going to focus on Dave. Some things have been said in the last few days that are very interesting, and some of you guys might have some thoughts better than us. But we're going to praise what we like and love, and we're going to critique what we think could be better. And we definitely want to know what you think about that. So please don't misunderstand and think Nick and Coach are just blasting on Mandalorian. Watch our review. We liked the episode.
Yeah.
We just want it to be better.
But
you know what I mean?
And there's some things that stand out in the episode to us that we just can't hide. It's like having a freshly painted white wall and having black spots on it that you missed when you were painting it. It's just that noticeable, And we're just calling out stuff that sticks out like a sore thumb to us. But it doesn't mean we hated the episode and thought it was trash. There's just some things that just don't make sense.
Yeah.
And
Necro Freak here says critically you might have given that less than 7. So that's that. I think that's where Nick and I both are at. Which we don't normally have the same numbers. We're usually ballparking it close together. I think I'm a little more forgiving than Nick.
Definitely.
So my numbers are usually just a tad higher than his. If he's a 6, I'm a 7. If he's an 8, I'm a 9.
We were both at a 7 at the end of watching.
We both,
Mando,
as a fan, you and I both gave it a 7, but critically,
after watching it again, after
it's
letting
a 5.
it sit on us, it drops down to like a
fan
5.
brain, critic brain.
Yeah,
I'm still good with a 7 as a fan. They gave me the Naboo Starfighter fighting the pirates. We got some gunslinging.
Those pirate ships that they brought in from the EU, from the X-wing and TIE Fighter PC games. I recognize them.
Yeah, we
in the
need
show,
to do
and
a
cool.
video about that.
Yeah,
because I don't know anybody else that has caught that but you.
Yeah. I noticed it right when we were watching it. I even said it in the while we were sitting there watching it.
I know you did. So, anyways, that's kind of where we are with it, and we definitely want to know what you guys think as well. I was at 6, but after the second watch, it went down to a 5 for me. So, I think a lot of people are that way.
Yeah,
Jeff, for me, it was just dumb.
I've seen a lot of people that thought that
the Anzellans, Purgle, I'm cool with. Purgle, we're gonna get there. Seeing the Purgle, that's the space whales, Nick.
Yeah.
I'm totally cool with that. And they showed us something that we've only seen on the animated side of things. Well, they showed them. You can't really see them all that well, but you know what they are.
Yeah. Yep.
But they pulled that off well. The Anzellan scene, I was okay with it, except it takes me back to a time I don't like.
The whole time I was seeing them, I was just thinking of them working on 3PO and him being like, let me take one last look at my friends.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just like, oh.
And I'll see them in 30 minutes from now.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
And then 3PO has red eyes, and I'm just like, oh, God, this is so stupid.
All right. Before we get to this next part, we got a couple of member chats. Shum, who's been a member for 22 months, says, how can we blame this on Mexican Iron Man? That's great. That is great. And Mike, if you ever watch this replay, happy birthday. We love you, man.
Yeah, it's his birthday this last Monday. I didn't even realize it till Wednesday.
And Obi-Wan Fangirl. She is our newest member. Welcome, Debbie.
Welcome.
We are so glad that you are here, girl. She has signed up for Padawan. And Maria Espino.
What's
the
up,
great Maria as a Jedi Master, she sends it in a member chat. She says, discussing Jon Favreau's words, I quote, about Grogu. This is Favreau's words. He spent many years with the Mandalorian, went back with Luke. Now we've been 2 years apart from him, their training. So the thing about the whole 2-year thing, he was questioned multiple times about it, and he realized the problem that he created. It's
Yeah.
actually really funny, and I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, so here is
It doesn't translate from his words. Don't translate from watching the show.
so here's what's happened, Nick. And this is a really interesting thing. And Risman, if you got something, if you want to pop in and give, if I miss something here, I know you stay on top of this. So Jon Favreau, leading up to Mandalorian season 3, he knew and has addressed the issue with Luke and Grogu. It has been a major topic of discussion. And so he has to justify they were together for a while, okay? They weren't together 2 weeks. And so he said 2 years was his comment. Well, here's a problem. He has also said, I want to stay in the New Republic era, the Mandoverse, as long as we can. We're looking at several more seasons if the fans want it. This is a continuous story that isn't going away. Well, you just wiped out 2 years. And and if you're wiping out years, you're getting us closer to something that none of us wants.
Yeah.
The sequels. And once he realized that, now he has gone back and backtracked, and he has said, if I'm not mistaken, Risman, okay, he was with Luke. This is so funny, y'all.
It's so bad. It's so bad, Coach.
Grogu was with Luke somewhere between, he actually said this, 0 and 2 years. He said 0.
Somewhere between 0 and 2 years?
Yeah.
Oh,
and then, there's been a couple of these interviews where Filoni is like sitting right next to him, like deadpan, because they don't want to like contradict. And then since then, Filoni has had an interview or two, and they've asked him, they're like, what about this time period thing? And Filoni's like, nah, fam. We're still in the first third of this 30-year period. We haven't advanced super much, past where we started.
And you wouldn't think so from watching the show.
Well, the only thing that's confusing is how beautiful Navarro looks for such a short period of time. And maybe Grief Karga just got on it, right? But people have, they've looked at the archway and the parking place, and we went from the monkeys were on a spit to now they're in the trees. There's a lot of things have gone on, right, in Navarro that does give some credibility to the fact that some time has passed, but it's not years have passed. I think Favreau was trying to say, since we've seen The Mandalorian and checked in on Book of Boba Fett, for those of us.
See, I question that if that's what he was referring to, because it's been 2 years since the show's been on. So that would make sense.
Well, he's come back and clarified in story. He was somewhere between 0 and 2 years.
That's why everyone keeps sending me these interviews. I was like, I don't want to see another Favreau interview. Please,
oh my gosh, man. I got Favreau and Filoni coming out of my ears right now, y'all.
Just stop talking, guys.
Yeah, please go do something else.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see y'all later.
Thank you, Matt. So X-Wing has been with us for 19 months. He says, I can't believe I've been listening to you hacks for 19 months. Much love to EBN and the EBN community. We are, you are, Echo Bays. Thank you, X-Wing. We appreciate it. Much love, bro. Olaf Van S has been with us for 18 months. What is up, Olaf? Saw a great tweet from Gina, by the way. Just discovered Transformers have a non-binary droid now, too. Is no IP safe from this bullshit? CDM. So he sent us a DM.
Oh, Lord. Freaking Transformers now?
Yeah, not surprised. So thank you, Olaf. We appreciate it, my man. All right. Let's look at this little video we got here. We're going to have to pause it for the copyright. Here we go, everybody. This is the Mando Season 3 launch event. Let's see what's said. Can you hear it?
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, we're here.
Please fire her and get somebody else.
Yeah. Hey, we're here.
Hey, we're here. Is that Pedro?
Oh, Lord.
This week, we're coming at you from the launch event for The Mandalorian Season 3. So good to see you.
So good to see you too.
How excited are you to share Season 3 with the fans tonight?
It's amazing. We've waited long enough.
Oh, my Lord.
It's going to be a wild ride, and I can't wait for all of the hard work to be shared with everybody.
I'm just so excited. This has been a long wait, and it's finally here, and everyone is just, I am just so excited for everyone to see it.
It's about time, okay? We've all been
Love
working,
Carl Weathers.
working, and this eagerness to see it finally come to the screen, and here we are tonight. You should be here with us. Why are you sitting at home or wherever you're sitting? You should be here with us.
I don't think the whole internet was invited.
Why didn't we invite everybody on the internet? Okay, demand that you're invited to the next one. I'm telling you now.
When you buy somebody a birthday present and you want to see them open it up, that's what it's felt like for the last 2 years. Because I'm a fan myself. I've just been like, let's go.
I'm ready to see that dude to find out more about the New Republic.
For that part of it, yeah. I never liked him as an X-Wing pilot.
I'm okay with him. Yeah. He doesn't bother me.
He's
kind
old.
Too old?
Too old.
I don't think that matters.
I never in Star Wars saw old people like that with gray hair flying any fighters.
I could not disagree more with Nick, everybody. That doesn't bother me at all.
I'll be honest, the first 2 seasons, I think it's hard to put a finger on who exactly Dr. Pershing is. And so Season 3, I think a lot of those questions are going to get answered. We're going to get to know him. And I got to know him a lot better as well.
Having gotten to see the entirety of the story for Season 1, and having had the experience of hearing from the fans how this character resonated with them, when I came back to do Season 3, I just felt so much more comfortable.
I've loved it this season because it always feels like it's a new exploration. The writing is so good by Dave Filoni and especially Jon Favreau that it gives you something new to look forward to as an actor. It's never the same.
I wonder if he's going to be in Season 3. We haven't seen anything or heard anything.
He's definitely going to be in Season 3.
A lot of people, they haven't had these 2 characters together for a while, so I think it's great for everyone that they're back. And John his writing's explosive. Let's just say that in a word. It's going to start with a bang.
It's such a treat to see it with a crowd. We've been building up.
Start with a bang.
And now those things are going to play out. We've been working for a long time, so it's great that we're going to have a couple weeks of fun here for the people who made it.
I'm really excited because I really feel like this season raises the bar on what kinds of stories John and Dave are telling with the series, and it goes deeper into the Star Wars mythos. It's really something special.
Visually in itself, Season 3 is so rich. It's just such a treat because I think Star Wars needs that spectacle and it needs that fun. And Mando 3 is going to deliver.
We did elevate. We did take it a little bit slower this time and make better decisions, I think. My crew and I are just huge fans of the show. You want to make sure that the fandom is honored, and so you don't want to take any shortcuts.
It's got to be surreal for you to have your name join a list that includes John Williams, as well as Ludwig and so many other amazing composers.
I'll be honest, you're kind of choking me up right now because it's I've worshipped Star Wars for so long. The music is something that brought me into it.
I can't wait till we get to that part of the season where we get some TIE interceptors, some more remnants of the Empire. That's going to be cool.
It is a very, very busy, awesome, amazing season filled with lots of sound, certainly, and a lot of other great things. I mean, incredible performances and characters.
Got a lot of voices that we put in the show. We probably can't talk about a lot of that. Roger.
I just want to see the dad and the son again, and then all the Mandos, duking it out.
We couldn't be more proud of the work we've done and the entire team that put this season together. So I can't wait.
I think we got a lot to get excited for, and I'm just excited like every other Star Wars.
Daniel Logan.
Yeah.
Why is he there?
Apparently, he is supposed to be rumored to be playing an older flashback of a younger Boba.
Interesting.
In season 3.
Okay.
But that's rumor. You know, who
Just
knows
excited
what-
like every other Star Wars fan there is in the universe. More Star Wars is better. Thanks for everything you guys do for the franchise, and we really appreciate it as fans.
All right.
We asked him to come onto the show, and he said no, thank you.
Yeah.
That's it for this week. Watch The Mandalorian Season 3 right now on Disney Plus, and be sure to join us right here every Thursday for This Week in Star Wars. Thanks for watching. May the Force be with you.
So those people got to watch the first 2 episodes that night. And the things that I'm hearing about the second episode, man, I already said it. I'm really looking forward to episode 2. So
yeah, I'm looking forward to the whole season. Mandalorian, I think, is the best Disney Star Wars that we got.
Mm-hmm.
Is it great? No. Has there been great moments? Yeah, of course. So yeah, I'm curious to see what they're gonna do moving forward in the season. But I hope it's not one of those what they're saying in the interview where it's like, you know, we gotta go here to get this, and we gotta go here to get that, and then we gotta go do this over here. You know, I would like to see the story, you know, progress instead of, you know, just him running all over the place, you know, running errands.
So I think that question that you just asked is a really good one. Is The Mandalorian as a show great? Chat, just give us you want to throw a poll out there? And here's the thing. Great. That's the question.
Yeah.
You either think the show is great or not. We're not asking if you think it's good or average. It is great or something else. It doesn't mean if you say it's not great that you don't mean it's a really, really, really fantastic show.
Yeah.
I am with you, Nick. I think that we've gotten moments of greatness in The Mandalorian, and I love the show. I love the show. It's one of my favorite shows. Is it great? I would say that The Mandalorian is very good.
Yeah.
That's what I would say.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat.
So
I don't think it's great. It's very good.
Mattuine with a $5 super chat. Nick, Chewie was almost 200 years old in Solo, so you have seen someone old flying ships in Star Wars.
Yeah, I responded to him and I saw that. Yeah, but my response was a 200-year-old Wookiee is like a 30-year-old human. You know, when I said that, I was referring to the human pilots. Like, you never saw old.
Yeah, somebody in chat said,
pilots.
I think it was Ghost Rider was a pretty good answer or response to that. You know, it makes sense that the pilots die at a young age, but after the Galactic Empire, after the Galactic Wars ended, the pilots got older because they weren't fighting.
Well, even in the military, you know, once you reach a certain age, the military is not letting you fly jets no more.
Oh, come on, man! This ain't the United States. This is Star Wars.
Yeah, I know, but you know, there has to be some sort of realism, and the realism side of it is it just doesn't make sense that an old person like that with gray hair and stuff would be a fighter pilot.
Okay, let's get off that.
Yeah,
I couldn't disagree more. But anyways,
yeah,
I wanted to let
I don't hate the show over it, but yeah.
I wanted to let Coach and Nick know I am back. I lost my father a month ago to a heart attack, and I stepped away from streams and YouTube to grieve and mourn. Well, we're sorry for your loss, Michelle. And you hang in there, girl. We're glad that you're here. So we'll be thinking about your family.
Yeah.
All right. So we will keep rolling. So we got an article here. There's 3 questions that was asked in this interview. The Mandalorians, Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau talk Luke, Boba, and Star Wars' future. And this is over at Gizmodo. So they ask, Season 2 of The Mandalorian ended by bringing in Luke Skywalker. And obviously, that's not a decision you guys came to lightly. So, talk to me a little bit about balancing Pandora's box of fan expectations, as well as the potential shrinking of the Star Wars universe, because the show was always about The Mandalorian until that moment. And here is Favreau's answer. It's 3 little paragraphs. We'll get through it quickly. Right. The whole first season, though there were Easter eggs, we stepped completely clear of it says of direct reference. But in season 2, because we had already established ourselves, we were definitely open to what could or should overlap. And like, for example, there was a lot of discussion about that Mandalorians don't take their helmets off, but yet in the Clone Wars, clearly their helmets are off all the time. And so instead of running from that, we figured let's go right at it and have Bo-Katan. And because Katie Sackhoff is somebody who could play both roles, it seemed like a really fun choice for us. So that was something that was meant to help clarify things. And with Luke, that was something I remember as we were discussing who it could or should be. And you count who's left and who's out there and what we understand that character to have been doing. Dave was like, it doesn't make sense for it to be anybody else but Luke. And so that's why we brought Mark Hamill in while we were editing season 1 before it aired. We brought him in to do a droid voice, and that was our way to get him in so that people weren't going to be suspicious if we saw him coming in or out. We showed him episodes and the reveal of Grogu and all of that, and he was up for it. And then it became about how do you actually achieve it, accomplish it, and keep it a secret. But it was all story driven, is my point. It was all about what makes the most sense at any given time. But that's a losing battle if we're going to keep outdoing surprises on that level. We're never going to get there. But what we can do is we can maybe have some unexpected choices happen and have interesting reveals. But all of it has to be in service of the story and the character development. Anything you want to respond with there?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense for it to be anybody else but Luke. I didn't think that they were going to bring him in just because of what we've gotten from Disney up to that point and the way they destroyed his character in the sequel trilogy. I was just like, they freaking hate Luke Skywalker. They want to move on past him and move on to new characters. So I was expecting maybe Cal Kestis, Ahsoka, maybe some new Jedi. I didn't think it would be Luke at all, but I agree it doesn't make any sense for it to be anybody else but Luke. I just didn't think they were actually going to do it.
Right. Yep. Well, I like his answers about everything being story driven because that's the right answer.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yep.
All right. So another surprise was seeing the Mandalorian and Grogu in the Book of Boba Fett, and season 3 of the Mandalorian obviously picks up after those events. What were the positives of having told that portion of their story on the show? Because you feel like instead of doing an 8-episode season 3, it could have been 10 episodes, and those are episodes 1 and 2. So tell me about the benefit of doing those episodes and picking up after that. And here's Favreau. It became clear to me as we were looking at what their lives would be like apart. I guess you could do Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid as like Butch Cassidy a few episodes and the Sundance Kid separately, but they're both bumming. They're both not their best selves without the other person, but yet you want to have time spent apart. Now, let me just break in here. I would have to disagree, and I would just have to say this doesn't really go. I mean, I guess you could make an argument for either way, but the way I see it is he's kind of contradicting everything is story driven right here.
Yeah, this is now he's saying like it's character driven, and these characters have to be together, and we have to force the story because of the characters.
Yeah, exactly. So he continues, and so I was thinking more how you would do it in a novel. You'd be apart from them, but you'd check in. The 2 years between when the last episode aired and the season 2 and now allowed for time to pass. but it did force us to create stories around them, each individually. It just felt like that's where the dramatic momentum was, and yet we felt that time had to be spent apart and we had to show progression. So that when we meet Grogu, now we understand why his abilities are different. And also the fact that the Mandalorian has to learn about what he has to do or can do to be permitted back into the fold after committing the one sin that was very clear from the scene of the first episode that was part of his identity. I've got more to say about the helmet and the waters and the redemption, but that I'm going to wait until next week. I don't want to give it away. It's a spoiler for next week's episode, and I'm not going to go there. Chat, please don't post the spoilers for next week if you've read them. Let's not do that here. Let's let people. Everybody doesn't want to know. So, but there's more to be said there, and this is the last part. On the earnings call back in 2020, where many of the shows were announced, Kathleen Kennedy said that you guys were building towards a kind of climactic event. Obviously, things have changed since then. You added Skeleton Crew. You lost Rangers of the New Republic. Ahsoka is tying in. John, you said you already wrote season 4 of The Mandalorian to tie in. Are we still leading towards a climactic event, or what's happening there? Here we go. Favreau. I think a lot of it's yet to be determined. I know that the story that we're telling is definitely growing to resolution in certain areas. I think a lot is going to key on things that are now being revealed as we're coordinating in the same time frame. What's happening in Ahsoka, as you can imagine with Ahsoka, you're dealing with characters who have a much broader view of what's happening and a richer history. And so from the Mandalorian's perspective, he's only seeing a sliver of what's going on. The audience is going to experience things through other characters' eyes, and I think that's going to speak to what's happening in the larger context of what's happening in the galaxy. We'll have more from Favreau and Filoni soon. So that's a total non-answer there. He has answered it in other interviews because he's been asked that multiple times. And he basically, there is no big, huge, bring all the stories tied together climactic event that Kathleen Kennedy talked about, and that a lot of us have been in anticipation of.
Yeah.
Right now, and this makes financial sense to me, they can't end it because it's the only thing keeping them going.
Yeah.
Disney Plus is what's bringing home the bacon for Disney.
And
they can't end these shows.
Well, they're losing money on Disney Plus, according to Valiant and WDW Pro.
Yeah. It's gonna it'll end.
Yeah.
Like that. They're banking on this era, and that's why Favreau is also saying, "Hey, we're going to be here a long time." Whoa! I didn't mean 2 years. Because he needs as much time as he could have.
Yeah.
I'm telling y'all, if he could do 10 seasons of The Mandalorian, we're getting it. Like, it's not going anywhere. Maybe ever.
Yeah.
They are banking on that because it's what's keeping them afloat right now. So anyways, that is my thought there. Any thoughts from you?
I'll just say this. My bar for Star Wars is high. I mean, Star Wars is the original trilogy is one of the greatest things that we've ever gotten in movies and entertainment, in my opinion. And the Mandalorian's bar is kind of below that a pretty good ways, but I don't know. I know it's the best thing that we got Star Wars wise from Disney. I hope they step it up in this season. The end of season 2 was massive. Everybody was excited. Everybody was pumped. I want to see that momentum keep going. I hope it doesn't stagnate with this season. It's just sort of like, it's just pretty much the same old that we got in season 1 and 2, minus that last episode. So I don't know. Time will tell. Time will tell.
All right. Well, we got another little thing we're going to go through here. Star Wars fans, and we've kind of touch the surface on this. This is a big critical thing that we've already mentioned. Star Wars fans issue warning to the Mandalorian viewers amid Lucasfilm's Boba Fett confusion. And I'm not going to read the entire article. There's just one little excerpt that I want to read here. It will pick up following the events of the Book of Boba Fett, which reunited Mando and Grogu, meaning the events of the Mandalorian Season 2 finale will have no payoff, Nick. The events of the Mandalorian's Season 2 finale will have no payoff for those who haven't watched that show. The final Boba Fett episodes featuring Mando and Grogu were integral to their characters' stories, and The Mandalorian starts with the assumption that viewers watched them when they were released in January 2022. So, do you think the way that they have handled Season 2 to Season 3 with a little dash of the Book of Boba Fett in there has lessened the finale for Season 2, which in my opinion is the all-time high of Disney Star Wars?
100%. It's lessened it. Without a doubt, in my opinion.
I agree. And here's the thing. Here's, crap. This is how I see it. Imagine we had just watched episode 1 of Mando and Luke and Grogu are still together and we did not see them in episode 1.
No.
We would be thinking to ourselves, how long has Grogu been gone? What is Grogu and Luke up to?
Yeah.
And we would still be feeling the residual effects of the finale, even though it's been almost 2.5 years ago.
Yeah.
Instead, and in my opinion, that's a much better service to the story.
Mm-hmm.
That makes more sense. But instead, they played it safe financially because Disney is in a bad spot. Lucasfilm is in a bad spot. So what do we got to do? We got to get these two back together. I honestly do not think that was their plan the whole time.
It wouldn't make sense. Why would you give that epic end to Season 2 and then just throw them right back together? It makes that scene basically a throwaway scene. And it was one of the greatest scenes that we've gotten from Disney since they took over Lucasfilm.
Well, I'll say this. It's one of the greatest Star Wars scenes in all of Star Wars.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Like, it's up there with the original trilogy. Like, that moment.
And the thing is, even if we do get more Luke in this episode, okay, him and Grogu aren't together. It still doesn't fix them forcing them back together so quickly, I'm just not a fan of it, and I think it definitely takes away from the ending of Season 2. And the thing is, I understand probably why they did it, because it was their cash cow, and this goes right back to what Robert Meyer Burnett said in our sequel trilogy documentary. If you guys haven't
you always
watched it,
do this.
go watch it. When these corporations take over, it's all about the money. It's all about the money. They don't care about the story. Just get them back in there. Do whatever. We need to milk this for every cent we can. Because they have shareholders that they gotta make happy and all that sort of stuff. And I hate corporations. I hate them.
I understand.
It is what it is, though. But yeah.
Gosh. Oh, I said this last week, and I'll say it. I'll say it again. As somebody, as a fan of the show and a Star Wars fan, that the separation between Grogu and Luke didn't mean a lot to me. I'm sorry. Mando and Grogu, their separation, whatever. I didn't feel anything. the emotions that I felt watching Luke back, that's the emotions of the scene for me. Now, a lot of people, they were like, what got them was the separation. Well, they've been building that separation up all season.
Yeah.
Like they were supposed,
You knew it was coming.
But what I think, like, if we could go back and instead of Luke leave with Grogu, Luke shows up, saves the day. Luke already knows he's attached to Mando. He doesn't need to come with me. He's not ready. So if Luke said, "Hey kid, whenever you're ready, let me know."
Yeah, and then got
and
back
then
in his X-wing and took off.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if that had happened and we're here now, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm
Then it would have
good.
felt like a little. Well, I guess it would still make sense that Luke would show up. It really wouldn't be a shoehorn because at this point in time, he is the only Jedi in the galaxy that we know of. You know, I mean, Yoda said, once I'm gone, the last of the Jedi you will be. He defeated Vader, the Emperor, and he's the last one. So when Grogu was on that rock, reaching out through the Force, and that looked like a lot of Force power coming up out of that rock. It didn't look like anything that was lightweight. So it would make sense, that he would show up and you could make an argument that they wouldn't have that wouldn't be just them shoehorning Luke in there to get fans excited. It would have made sense to the story. But yeah, if he would have just said, he's not ready, and then he left and they stayed together, then the beginning of season 3 makes sense,
So
and I've seen comments of people out there that whose wives or girlfriends or whatever didn't watch any Book of Boba Fett and watched that first episode and were confused at what was going on.
Yes, for sure. And that's been a big issue with them, with this season. And that's exactly our next point of conversation is Favreau talks about that even more. The Mandalorian creator, Jon Favreau, says Boba Fett crossover freed him to move the story forward. And here, and they got some pretty good pictures down here at the bottom. I wanted to show everybody while I read you this little excerpt. There's Pedro, and
he looks ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree. But pretty neat pictures there. There's the team signing autographs. I love that. That's a great picture there. Pelimato there in the front. Your favorite?
Ugh.
All right. So here's what I wanted to point out here. Here's Favreau's words. One little excerpt. Din Djarin and Grogu were kind of stuck in the period between seasons 2 and 3. We have characters that exist in both sets of stories, so we could use the opportunity of the Book of Boba Fett to check in on where these characters are, Favreau tells The Hollywood Reporter. I knew that I didn't want to dedicate a lot of screen time within The Mandalorian to a period of time where there wasn't a lot of character progression. Both Din and Grogu were kind of stuck as far as character progression goes until they were reunited. So my feeling was that it would allow me to do both of those things and freed me up now 2 years later to have a whole new context for these two characters to have a relationship and move forward. Thoughts, Nick?
You're not a good writer if you cannot move a story forward with a character without bringing another character back in with him. If he's a good writer, he should have been able to say, okay, where's he go from here? And actually write a story with Mando, the Mandalorians, tied in with Ahsoka, Thrawn, remnants of the Empire. There's tons. The possibilities are endless. Oh, no, we had to bring Grogu back. That doesn't make any sense to me. The only way the progression goes forward is by bringing them back together.
Yeah. The thing is we're taking the facts that we have and, this is what Favreau said. I don't know, but I'm of the opinion that Favreau, and we'll never know, but I'm of the opinion, Nick, that Favreau didn't have a choice.
I'm in that same boat.
Yeah, he had to write them both back together.
Yeah.
This is what he had to do. He's in control over these characters, no doubt, but only to a certain extent. I guarantee you somebody above him came and said, get these two characters back together as soon as possible. And here's the thing. They're not wrong for that. It's just not as good of a story.
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
Yep.
Can you throw a poll out there for our audience just to say, is Grogu and Mando back together too soon? I would just like to know what you guys think about that. And while you're doing that, Sam Aon has been with us for 23 months. He's a Grand Master, and he sends in a Master chat. He says, just a thought. How do you find the music for Season 3? I felt it was awful. There was no room for the drama to build with the silence, and it seemed to be constantly awful throughout. Took me right out of the action. I'm going to be honest. I didn't notice. And the last poll results was 54% no.
Yeah.
But I didn't notice the music, Sam. So it didn't stand out to me at all. So that's really all I can say there. I do recognize the music is a very important part of it for sure.
Yeah.
Did you notice anything about the music, Nick?
Not on the first watch through. The second watch through I did, but not on the first one.
Yeah. So the Sundowners Club with a $15 super chat. Thank you, bro. He says, Coach, look at that photo and tell me who isn't in it, who didn't attend the premiere. Well, so we've got Kathleen Kennedy.
Yeah, she wasn't there.
Is that who we're talking? Let me know, Sundowners Club, if I pass the test. I would assume Kathleen. Who else isn't in it? Peli Motto is there, so.
Yep, I see Bob Iger.
Yeah, Gina Carano, but we knew she wouldn't be there.
Yeah.
Kathleen Kennedy. Yeah,
There's no
I got
Kathleen
it.
Kennedy
Yep.
in there.
That's a good point. Honestly, I didn't even notice that. So that's a really good point there. Thank you for sending that in, bro. I really appreciate it. Yeah, she's not there, guys. So very interesting. Very interesting times that we are in.
Yeah, her time is ending real soon. The end of her being the CEO at Lucasfilm.
Oh, we're almost there.
Yeah, but I honestly, for me, I don't see that really changing a whole lot of anything.
Yeah. So next thing, little update for everybody. Jon Favreau hints that Salacious Crumb, Nick, not his kind, but the actual character Salacious Crumb could return in The Mandalorian. And here's what he had to say about that. In an interview, they don't even have a picture of Salacious Crumb on IGN. But in an interview with Fade to Black podcast, Clarice Laffrey, Favreau noted that other characters from the Star Wars pantheon who had seemingly perished in the explosion of Jabba's palace, or the sail barge, have since cameoed in The Mandalorian and the Book of Boba Fett, and that Crumb could similarly have survived. And here's his words. He said, we had Max Rebo, right? Explained Favreau. Max Rebo, many people thought, had met the end of his days in the sail barge, but we never really saw. And then Bib Fortuna, too. Wasn't Bib Fortuna on the same sail barge? I think he was. And then he showed up at the end of season 2 of Mando. Speaking specifically of Crumb's prospects of surviving the barge explosion, Favreau commented, "Never say never," thus technically leaving the door ajar for the future cameo from the tiny jester. Nick, what are your thoughts on how nobody's ever really dies in Star Wars?
This is one of the things that irritates me. it's like you didn't actually see them die. You know, you see them running into you see somebody running into a burning building, poking their head out of the window, going, "I'm going to save all these people." Go back, and then boom, the whole building collapses and falls. And then a year later, you see that same person at a coffee shop down the road. Oh yeah, there was a back hatchway that right at the last minute I crawled out of. It doesn't make sense. These people should be dead. They're just bringing them back for freaking to try to get the fans to be like, oh, this person's back or something. This is somebody I recognize and it's somebody I remember, you know, from the OT or from the prequels or whatever. It's dumb. I don't like it. They did this exact same thing in the first episode of season 3 of Mando with IG-11. And I'm not a fan of it.
I really liked IG-11 and I was sad when he died.
Yeah.
But don't bring him back.
Yeah, don't bring him
killed
back. He blew up. He blew up. And then he still has a head and a body, and he's just missing like an arm and like, his leg or something. Like, what? He blew up. I saw the explosion.
Multiple times.
Yeah. It's so dumb. I'm just not a fan of them bringing these people back.
Well, and Max Rebo is dead now, isn't he? Didn't he die? Well, we think he died.
Well, we didn't
there was
see
another
him
explosion.
actually die. So maybe he ran out the side real quick, and there was like a bomb-proof door that he went out of that didn't get him on his way out. You know,
that's the thing about Star Wars. Nobody ever really dies unless your name is Mace.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not a fan of this type of thing that they're doing. I never have been. You know, just come up with new characters or bring back some characters that, I mean, there were several characters that we saw in Jabba's palace that we didn't see on the sail barge that they could have brought back. And it's like, this person was never on the sail barge. You can go back and watch the movie. You'll never see him in there, you know, and bring one of those characters back or something, you know.
You know what it makes me think of? The biggest killer in the history of the universe has got to be Luke Skywalker. He destroyed the Death Star.
Yeah.
He has killed so many people.
Yeah.
Like somebody did a video like 10 years ago on YouTube where like it's a body count of how many people Luke killed. It is like so many people.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like with how Disney works, it might be 15 people.
Yeah, exactly.
They all might have hit pods and escaped.
Yeah.
You just never know. And like
you saw the explosion, but you didn't see behind there was a bunch of escape pods going out. So it's like Jabba's sail barge, you know.
As a fan of Star Wars, the worst comeback, bringing a character back of all time, in my opinion, is Palpatine. Horrible decision to bring him back in episode 9. It was so dumb.
Yep.
Because you knew they had no plan to do that.
Daisy Ridley even said so herself. She was like, well, they talked about Kenobi, you know, then they talked about this, that, you know, and then like 2 weeks before she was like, oh, it's going to be Palpatine. And she's like, huh? What?
Yeah.
You know, there was no plan there. They're just grasping at straws and just being like, you know, what are people going? Oh, look, the Emperor's back, guys. What?
Yeah, I don't get it.
Dumb.
You know, the thing is too, it's like if you're bringing back all these characters in Mando, well, when are you going to bring back Han and Luke and Leia together?
Yeah, you want to bring somebody back that we all know is alive. And
Admiral Akbar.
Sense. Admiral Akbar,
Mon Mothma,
all those people. There's so many people they could bring back and write into the story to where it would make sense. I mean, literally, they could have just been like found another. You know, IG-88 could have came. You know, and been like, this IG-11 was created by my creator or something, and or they could have done something, and have him be a part of it. Then you have another IG unit there, and one that people know from the OT. There's so many different things that they could have done.
I know. So next up here is another Favreau interview. At the very end of this article, he discusses possibilities beyond season 4. So this is from Film Stories, and Film Stories asks the question, Nick, and The Mandalorian goes on beyond the currently commissioned series, do you think? They're asking Favreau this. And Jon Favreau says, beyond the series? Like beyond season 4? He says, yeah, well, I hope so. I really love the dynamic of these two characters that in theory don't age. I think that there's a lot of potential energy in that relationship, especially as the baby is no longer a baby and starts to grow. But it happens so slowly that we could really play this out, hopefully for a while. But it all depends on the audience if they like what we're doing. As long as they're digging it, we're digging making it, and it's a fun gig that I don't want to walk away from anytime soon. So we know that Favreau has already written the first 4 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
And this goes to what we were talking about earlier. This era of Star Wars isn't going anywhere. So if you're somebody that has been worried that we're about to go slamming into the sequels, we're not. I'm not saying that the story doesn't lead us there, because it does. Until they prove us different, that's exactly where the story goes.
Yeah.
But we're not about to start getting all of that, because Favreau, he says it right here. He wants to sit down in this era as long as possible, as long as the fans are digging it. And I'm going to be honest with you. I love Star Wars. We're here because we love Star Wars. When this era ends, I am concerned about the future of Star Wars, because I don't know what we're going to get next.
I mean, we got Skeleton Crew coming, the Acolyte.
The Acolyte's not this era, though, but yeah, that's coming.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm just I don't know. I don't know what the game plan is for them moving forward. I mean,
well, I don't think they know.
Yeah.
You know.
I'm guessing we'll probably get some announcements at Celebration.
We're going to get we're going to get announcements at Celebration, and I'm telling you guys.
But we've gotten announcements from Celebration before on stuff that's never happened. So I'll be curious to see what they announce and if that stuff actually happens.
Well, I am of the mind that this Grogu Ray thing is happening.
Yeah.
And if that's what the movie that they're banking on to save Star Wars and make it bigger again, I don't feel good about that.
No.
So
Grogu's not going to be able to save Star Wars by himself.
Yeah. All right. So Warsi, Mr. Producer Man, sends a $5 super chat. He says, Luke, why am I not max level yet? Gimli, that still only counts as 1. Yeah, that's something else we could talk about, a little Lord of the Rings news at some point. That's going to be interesting, but thank you, Warsi, for that. We appreciate it, man. Good laugh.
Love Lord of the Rings.
So I love Luke and Gimli. All right, so here's a little interview that we're going to listen in on. It's 3 minutes. Entertainment Tonight and Filoni. Filoni explains Grogu's force abilities and when he'll start talking. You ready?
Let's do it.
I've been sketching.
Awkward.
Have you really?
Oh yeah, I
Okay.
can knock out a Grogu in 2 seconds.
This wasn't on camera, but Dave is going to make me a tattoo.
Is that right?
Of Grogu.
We'll see.
We'll see.
We gotta make sure it's good. I drew a really awkward one intentionally to see if you would tell me it was bad.
Oh my god.
That would be I wouldn't do it.
Dude, they at the nail salon, they can cut off my finger and I'd be like, it's great.
See?
Great.
So far, all of this is cringe. Get to it.
God.
Yeah.
We're here, season 3.
Yes, season 3.
Season 3 is upon us. Okay. So during the events of Book of Boba Fett, we saw that Grogu elected not to be trained by Luke. I'm curious how that affects his Force usage going forward.
Oh, you asked the long, complicated questions. I mean, look, training with the Force is like anything.
Simple, right?
It takes training and discipline. You must practice it, and you have to be dedicated to it.
No, it doesn't. Ask Ray.
Teacher.
Ha ha ha.
Luke had Obi-Wan as a teacher, and he learned some fundamentals, and he kept at those fundamentals even after Obi-Wan died in A New Hope. So by the time we met him in Empire Strikes Back, Luke had developed his skills. So if Grogu maintains his discipline and focuses on his training, he can still, develop his abilities. But it's the focus, the training, the dedication that makes all the difference. Because
For the copyright.
we all have the Force in us. We're all connected to it. The difference is you and I aren't training right now. And that's very difficult to do. As Qui-Gon mentions, it's not an easy life when he talks to little Anakin about it. So, he has abilities and he's obviously talented. And it's really up to him what he's going to do with it going forward.
How old is Grogu at this point?
Well, I mean, we said he was around 50 years old. Yeah. So then I won't nail down a definitive number because that will tell you how long these series have been going on. And then, it's such a thing. And then we get into like this and that. And I have to use generalized terms like this because I don't want to give things away. So you'll find out. Always in motion is the future. He's 50 years plus.
Wow. That's a good answer, actually. He can't.
Yeah.
He doesn't know.
He's gonna talk himself right into box himself into a corner if he starts throwing out times.
Exactly.
Because people are going to be like, the math doesn't add up.
That's exactly the mistake Favreau
up,
made.
Guys.
Yeah.
That's all you need to know. Like Disney Plus. See, I did that. I worked that in too.
At what age does that species start talking?
It's a good question. I mean, I would suppose fairly young. I mean, we don't know that he's not talking in his own way, and obviously he could communicate with Ahsoka, or she could at least divine from him some type of communication. So why do you want to see that? You want to see him talk?
Yeah, I want to see his first word be dad or whatever.
Really? What would his first word be? We'll see.
Merchandising.
Yeah, merchandising.
I'm also curious because he obviously didn't really maybe early on, but didn't really grow up with his species. So it's like, does he talk like the backwards riddles? Like Luke was asking.
Do you think that's a species thing?
That's
interesting.
Because Luke asks him during Book of Boba Fett if he talks like that, and then I'm like, but if he's kind of raised by Mando, is he just going to start talking like Mando and being like, this is the way?
Maybe. I think you're influenced by who you're around. It's a good question. You have good questions.
If I say mythosaur, you say.
Stop it.
Man, put us on these red carpets and let us ask some questions.
If I say mythosaur, what do you say? Stop it.
Yeah.
Oh. Thoughts?
It was
Chat.
It was a bunch of non-answer answers.
Yeah, they ask questions they can't answer,
and that's why I don't like these interviews and these little press junkets and these red carpet event things, because you don't learn anything. It's not like they're going to come out and be like, okay, so this is what's happening, just to give you guys a heads up, this is kind of where we're going and what we're doing. We're not getting into that. It's just this wishy-washy, no speak talk,
Mm-hmm.
They might as well not talk at all. Literally.
Well, they gotta promote it,
Yeah, they gotta promote it, but just be like, hey, how do you feel about this season opposed to the other seasons you made, or stuff like that they could actually answer. Everyone's trying to dig for that scoop, and they can't give any information.
Right.
And that's why half these red carpet interviews and these press junket interviews are pretty much meaningless.
Well, speaking of Filoni, everybody, since we're getting to the Filoni part of the show, this is something that that hit that's been big. It's been big. And here's the thing about Filoni. Let's just we got to make sure that we get this. And Debbie's right. Mandalorian is not Filoni's show. He's important, but Ahsoka is Filoni's show.
Yeah,
that is his show. So he is sharing a piece of the pie for this New Republic era shows. If Ahsoka's his show, that's going to be a big chunk. And I guarantee you we get more than one season of Ahsoka.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So this is something that has hit. My butt's getting tired. This is something that has hit a few days ago. And boy, the internet went nuts. And you and I talked about this for a brief moment on the phone. So, and this is coming from Mr. Trent over at Bounding Into Comics. The Mandalorian executive producer Dave Filoni claims Luke Skywalker was never a Jedi. And let's get into what exactly he said in an interview with Screen Rant alongside fellow executive producer and head writer on The Mandalorian, Jon Favreau. The two discussed the Darksaber and whether Grogu was the first Jedi Mandalorian since Tar Vizsla, and whether the Darksaber is tied to Grogu's destiny as well as Din Djarin's. Favreau initially responded, "That's interesting. That would be a smart literary device." Filoni added his thought, saying, "Yeah, interesting. These are very good questions." Favreau then seemingly posited that Sabine Wren might be considered a Jedi Mandalorian, the assumption being he's basing it off of training she received from Kanan and how to wield the Darksaber. He said, "That doesn't happen that often, although I would argue that Sabine is maybe a little bit." Filoni retorted, "I don't know if I'd call her a Jedi, though. The interesting question is how you define when someone is a Jedi. That's the real question, because the Jedi is a way of training. It's a way of philosophy and being." Favreau then responded, "Well, Grogu trained with the Jedi." And it's here that Filoni claims that Luke Skywalker wasn't actually a Jedi. He tells Favreau, "He trained when he was young, and so did Luke. Yoda didn't confirm that he was a Jedi, remember? He says, 'Oh, you think you're a Jedi? Not so fast.' He had to pass the trials." Favreau then corrects Filoni, but he also said, "You'll be the last of the Jedi when I'm gone." In Return of the Jedi, Luke returns to Dagobah and tells Yoda, "I've come back to complete the training." Yoda responds, "No more training do you require. Already know that which you need." Luke answers, "Then I am a Jedi." Yoda replies, "Oh, not yet. One thing remains, Vader. You must confront Vader. Then, only then, a Jedi will you be, and confront him you will." At the end of their conversation, Yoda tells Luke, "Luke, when gone am I, the last of the Jedi, will you be? Luke, the Force runs strong in your family. Pass on what you have learned. Luke, there is another Skywalker." Luke does indeed confront Darth Vader by the end of the film, and while he faces the temptations of anger, fear, hatred, and the dark side, he eventually rejects them and chooses to die at the hands of the Emperor rather than serve the dark side and him. I never really saw it as he chose to die by throwing his saber. I looked at it as he didn't see the Emperor as that big of a threat.
Yeah, and basically the fight was over.
Yeah,
the
choice leads Vader to take decisive action. He attacks the Emperor and throws him down the Death Star central shaft. Blah blah blah. So John's getting into the story here. What makes this even more galling is that The Mandalorian does indeed depict Luke Skywalker as a Jedi in Season 2. Din Djarin's entire mission is to take Grogu to the Jedi. He initially makes contact with Ahsoka, who refuses to train the child. Rather, she sends him off to Tython. Ahsoka explains, if he reaches out through the Force, there's a chance a Jedi may sense his presence and come searching for him. Then again, there aren't many Jedi left. As it turns out, Luke Skywalker shows up in the season finale looking for Grogu after he reached out through the Force on Tython. Nevertheless, Filoni responds, That's interesting. We've seen a few more pop up. This is all we do, by the way, sitting around the table, get the whiteboard, roll the whiteboard in here, and let's break it down. Favreau concludes the question. We'll drag other people into it. This is what we get paid for. And we'd be doing it in the lunchroom in our high schools. Fortunately, Favreau was correct. Favreau was there to correct Filoni on his glaring error. But maybe instead of getting out the whiteboard where he's putting down his own thoughts, he should actually roll out the film so he knows what actually happens in Star Wars continuity. So now that's the first part. And I'm just going to I want to be fair and present both sides, even though I felt like this never should have happened to begin with. But I also have this little tidbit from the Hollywood Reporter, and I'm not going to read this whole thing, but in this interview, Filoni, the same guy that just said Luke was never a Jedi, said this he also had this to say. They asked him, have you figured out where Grogu is during the sequel trilogy? Here's the answer. That's a great question. And we talk about many different things. That's a question for a bunch of characters, by the way, not just Grogu. Where are they during these events? If anything, having made the Clone Wars and weaving a tale so intricately between two movies that were much closer together, I've learned that there's expansive room in this galaxy for us to tell stories and have characters doing things. And here's where it gets good. As a kid, when Yoda said, "When gone am I, the last of the Jedi will you be?" to Luke, I took that very literally. Well, now we know that that's anything but true. There are many different people that could wield the Force, and maybe Luke is the last Jedi as far as what Yoda considers a Jedi. So we'll just have to wait and see how the story evolves and what makes sense. But in my experience, there's definitely a way to weave everything together and make it exciting. It's possible it would never even have to cross over with what we saw in the story has us somewhere else. So kind of crazy.
Even in the sequels, they refer to Luke as the Last Jedi. There's a movie titled after it.
So, anyways, it's kind of crazy that that he says both ways. That he said Luke wasn't a Jedi, and then he said that he was a Jedi.
Maybe the first interview happened first, and the second interview happened later, and he was like, "Oh, okay, I'm wrong."
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes good sense. So, what do you guys think about that? And you guys are super chatting about it, Mr. Producer. Obi-Wan fangirl Debbie sends in a $20 super chat. Thank you, Debbie. In Return of the Jedi, Yoda plus Vader plus Sidious call Luke a Jedi on screen. How can Filoni claim Luke isn't a Jedi? Favreau had to correct him. Then Filoni laughs and asks for whiteboard to break it down. WTF? Is this a PR stunt to get support for Luke? I don't know, girl.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. You shouldn't. That's a great question, Debbie. You shouldn't have to get a whiteboard to break this down, Nick.
No, absolutely not. I could break it down right now with no whiteboard in my head.
It's kind of crazy. I'll tell you before we move on to the next one. I remember, Nick, you're gonna think this is crazy when I tell you this, okay? And I'm not. I'm just telling y'all something about a past experience. I grew up in a home very similar to Nick's, where my parents are Bible believing Christians.
Yeah.
And so am I. So is Nick. And I remember one day when one of my dad's friends came over to the house, and they were in the living room. My dad was sitting in his recliner, and my dad's friend was sitting on the couch, and I was a teenager back in my bedroom, but I could hear what they were saying, but I really wasn't paying them any attention. And I heard my dad's friend, they were talking about Jesus Christ. And my dad's friend asked my dad, he said, "Is Jesus God?" And my dad was not ready for that question. He started bumbling and stumbling, and I could hear it. And the guy was reasoning out, Jesus is not God. Jesus was sent by God, but he's not God. Well, if you grew up in a Christian church, if you don't think Jesus is God, you just missed the whole boat.
Yeah.
You know? So after
Pretty
the guy
much.
left, I went there and sat down. I said, "Daddy, what are you talking about?" And we had a conversation. That's kind of what just happened to Filoni to me.
Yeah.
It's almost like he just outsmarted himself saying all this stuff about Luke. What? Does he realize how stupid he was by saying that? Kind of like my dad was. Anyways, that's where I am. So, little personal story there I wanted to share with you guys. So, Rock Lee sends in a $4.99 super chat. Coach, watch the video on YouTube. The article is wrong. Dave never said that.
What video?
Interesting. So I didn't watch that interview. I just read the article. So can Mr. Producer, would you want to go track that down? And I don't mind looking at that if we could find it.
Now, is this the article that was saying that Filoni said that? Was that interview? There was no video, and then there was or was this the article written word for word on an actual video
quotes.
interview?
These are quotes that they report over at Bounding Into Comics. So look, now I got the chat off on the whole Jesus is God thing. John chapter 1, verse 1, folks. In the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And we know from the New Testament the Word is Jesus. So he says in that verse right there, I am God. So that's my belief, and that's why I believe it.
I don't know how you could really interpret it any other way.
Yeah. All right. King's Advisors. Risman's like, get off the Bible and get back to Mandalorian. King's Advisors, $5. Honestly, I think Dave was just trying to be smart and messed up. I agree. I'm with you. Obviously, he's a Jedi. I also think he wanted to talk because John was kind of hogging it. That's great.
He was like, all right, I'm going to come in and say something really stupid here to where I can start talking and we can have a back and forth.
Right. Yep. Look, we're still on the Jesus. Yes, he is the Son of God, and he is God.
Yeah.
Daryl the Derelict, $5. Howdy, fellers. Sorry I'm late, but the internet traffic was pixel to pixel. Well, we're glad you're here, bro. Thank you.
What is up, Daryl?
Good to see you, my friend. All right. So I don't know if we can get that article pulled up, but we're going to keep rolling, everybody. So let's see here. So we got some good answers here. We've got some good answers here for Dave Filoni talking about Ahsoka and live action, talking about, more of this. We only want to look at Filoni's answers to the questions. So he's asked, when Rebels was released, Filoni was particularly coy about what was next. He left a huge piece of the story dangling at the end of Rebels. It wouldn't say when or if he'd ever pick it back up. But as it's now looking more and more likely he'll be doing exactly that with Ahsoka, and in live action no less, we asked if he could tell us now, was that the plan all along? Did he know that Star Wars Rebels would continue, but in live action? And a lot of people are saying a lot of us were saying, a lot of him were saying, I'm sorry, I'm still reading the chat, and that's absolutely wrong. That's absolutely wrong. Jesus said, "I am," to Pontius Pilate. So that's absolutely wrong. Guys, we could turn this into a Jesus is God.
We're
live
not
stream.
going there.
We can do it. I can do. That's something that I'm way more passionate about than the Mandalorian. I promise you.
Yeah.
So don't come on here and tell me otherwise. If you think that, that's fine. But I'm gonna be like Nick, and I'm gonna rebut that every time I see it. So you might as well just stop.
Yeah.
Okay. Ahsoka is Rebels season next. That's what people are saying. Yeah, you look. I'm getting ready to scrap. All right, that's an interesting question. Filoni replied to IO9. I would say that because of working with George, I saw a possibility of working in live action where I'd never seen it before. I didn't know if it was something for me, but after working with him for so long and the way he taught me, and then Kathy coming into the company, one of the first things she and I talked about was, is there potential for me to get exposure to live action, and what does that look like? And so, of course, that was right when we began producing Rebels. The most important job I had at the beginning of this whole transition of Lucasfilm and Disney was to get that show up and running and to make sure that's a strong title for us coming out of the gate. But as I was watching JJ, Ryan, and Gareth Edwards and all these different people coming in and exploring live action, I was able, thanks to Kathy, to get exposure to that type of production and what that's like. And so it was incredibly exciting and interesting. So I don't know. It looks to me like Filoni's just talking Ahsoka. And here's the thing. And I think we can end the articles. We know that Filoni has directed, it came out this week, Filoni has directed the Darth Vader scene at the end of Rogue One.
Yeah.
He directed that, according to Freddie Prinze Jr. I don't know anybody else that has said otherwise. But Freddie Prinze Jr. is saying that Filoni did that. Now, all this talk about Filoni doing Ahsoka, and they keep building up the fact that Filoni was being trained from the get-go, being able to go and shadow JJ and Ryan, and he gives a lot of praise to Rian Johnson. Is that the kind of thing that makes you feel like Ahsoka is in good hands as a show?
Well, for me, Rian Johnson, as far as being a director, I have no issue with him. I mean, he's directed some good stuff. Him writing Star Wars, though, is what I have an issue with him. And the comments that he's said in the past about, I want half the audience to love it and half the audience to hate it, So yeah, with as far as him, like, kind of taking Filoni under his wing, directing live action, that sort of stuff. I'm sure Ron Johnson was a good person to do that for him. I mean, he knows what he's doing as far as it coming to directing stuff like that. So yeah, I have no issue with that.
And I think, Coach, in regards to Filoni and Rogue One,
I'll be right back, guys.
I think I put it in the show notes also. It's been a bit debunked now by semi-usual sources, Pablo and Hickel, right? But people that were there on Rogue One said that Filoni didn't direct that hallway scene. I do think he was there. I think he studied under Gareth. I mean, they
I need
were-
somebody bigger than Freddie Prinze Jr. telling me that he directed that. You know?
I'm with you, and when that came out, I kind of doubted it myself because I thought there was a whole second unit that did that scene also. But now there's been some online chatter that says it wasn't Filoni. I think he was there. I think he learned under Ryan. I think he was there with Gareth. I think he had editorial oversight on what they did with that hallway scene. So whether he directed it or not, I personally do think that Filoni had something to do with that, because we saw what happened with Luke in Mandalorian in the hallway scene. They're unless he was just like copycatting it, I think he had something to do with both of those things. So, for me, X-Wing's in the chat. He's trolling me, right? No, I'm not gonna have that kind of conversation. But for me, in regards to Filoni and Favreau, I think they do very well together. But I think we have some evidence that either one of them unsupervised, sometimes the train goes a little bit off the tracks.
So, Favreau and Filoni together are a lot like the way Disney appears or Disney thinks about Mando and Grogu.
Yeah.
Neither one of them are capable to run the show by themselves. Grogu can't hold the show. Mando obviously can't hold the show, even though I would like him to. Favreau and Filoni is this tandem. It's working. It's just, I just want it to be better. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it can always be better, but as we also know, it can always be worse. So I mean, let's just keep it on the even keel.
Yeah.
But Coach, I think I told you I just wanted to pop in. I found the interview. I found the interview that
Where'd you put it?
article was drawn from, and I put it into the show notes. It's a 5-minute interview, and after listening to the interview, we'll play it and you'll see what I mean. I can see how they took maybe a little bit of artistic license in that article, given what Filoni actually did say about Luke.
I want to wait on Nick.
Yeah.
Back.
Yeah.
So,
Totally.
do we watch the whole thing?
Yeah,
Or is there a
5 minutes.
timestamp?
It's about the 2 minute and 50-second mark, but you can watch the whole thing. It's 5 minutes. You want to start it and then we can pause it for Nick to come back.
Yeah, we'll do that.
It wasn't a horrible interview. I actually had seen it before. I didn't realize that was the same interview they were.
So before we even watch it, let me just ask the question: did Bounding into Comics, did they report on it accurately?
It's one of those things where my mantra is always read the source material, and Sundowners and some other folks who in the chat were like, read it, listen to it, go to it, because when you get it second and third hand, it's always editorialized, right? We're kind of
Absolutely.
We're editorializing it here a bit, but at least we got the source material and you're putting it up there and we're talking about where it came from and all of those sorts of things. But you can never get better than watching it for yourself or reading it for yourself. I don't know why I did this. Reading it for yourself the first time, because then you draw your own conclusions. But we're in a very different time, right? We're in the too long didn't read time frame now. So that's a bit different, from a mentality perspective, but it's always good to find the source. It's always good to find the source and consume that for yourself.
I agree. Well, look, waiting on Nick. We're going to take a brief intermission.
Very good, because I got to take it.
We'll be back. We'll be back in 90 seconds, everybody. So don't run off. 90 seconds, brief intermission, and we'll get into this.
over. From this time forward, you will service.
Mediator has decided 1 point Valiant Renegade. That is a very, very valid argument.
What you're really saying, Valiant, though,
May the force be with you. For me, to Papa.
Beheadings are on Wednesday.
Yeah.
So two things about that. The best thing about that pizza rolls clip is, I remember I just totally ignored it. I just kept going. I was like, what are we talking about? Pizza rolls. But how amazing has Worf been? We'll take a Picard season 3 segue for 30 seconds, right? How absolutely amazing has Michael Dorn been in his reappearance as Worf? And by the way, he is the all-star character that's had the most amount of Star Trek episodes ever.
Mm-hmm.
It's been Michael Dorn, and now this is just adding to his repertoire.
So he needs his own show, and I haven't even seen Worf in Deep Space Nine yet. But I am very excited about Picard season 3. I'm telling you, I'm gonna be sad when it's over.
Like many, this is I got to tell you, this is a part of the reason why I think they decided no more Discovery, because the people.
It's clear what people want.
This, Terry Matalas is like, I got no job. Somebody give me a job. He's literally not. His contract is over, right? I'm like, how can we not? How can we not do this?
If Mandalorian and Picard are racing right now, Picard is way out in front.
Coach, I have
Mando's got some ground to make up right now.
And I know everyone's like, well, Picard season 3 premiere, Mando season 3 premiere. It's not even close. It's not even close. The way that Picard season 3 premiere knocked it out of the park. And again, I know everything about the second episode of Mando. We're not going to be disappointed with the season, right? But I'm just talking about the premiere coming back. I'm like, come on, man, really?
Right. All right. So Debbie Young with a $1.99 super chat. Coach, what did you think of the Bad Batch episode 11? So I think 12 is the one that came out this week. 11 is the last week's.
This week's was 11. This week's
okay.
was 11.
All right. So I could see why people like it. I honestly
don't care.
I can't even really tell you too much about it. I know they're getting into, what happened with the clones and all that. All that stuff is interesting, but I kind of watched it with one eye. It's just I'm caught up, but I
have to tell you, Coach. You and I text about it, or maybe we talked about it, but the rest of Bad Batch season 2 is all about Mount Tantus and everything that's going on there, and Palpatine's final solution, and all the rest of it. So for me, I was like, this story is very, very interesting, and I found myself more engaged in this week's Bad Batch episode than I was in Mando, just because I thought they did a better job with the story, and there was just some intrigue there and some other things going on than they did in Mando season 3. So I'm like, why would you? So many weird things they do, right? Why the same day? Bad Batch season 2 has been a bit of a slog so far, and all of a sudden it's like the best episode, probably maybe even of all the Bad Batch, and you drop it on Mando season 3 premiere. I'm like, what are y'all doing? Who's in charge of this? Put us.
Does Omega die in the episode?
Oh,
That's the
boy.
only way that would be good for me.
So Omega doesn't die in the episode, but now Omega is going to be used as sort of a pawn to make Nala Se, who's imprisoned on Tantus, help with the cloning, because they bring back the prime minister that we all thought was dead. All of a sudden, he's not dead. They bring him back, and he's like,
Nobody's ever dead, Matt.
Yeah, man, I know. She's like, you're trying to get her to do something. Well, you need to find who she cares about, i.e., Omega. So now all of a sudden, them tracking down Omega has a purpose. I'm like, finally, there's a story here. So yeah.
Well, all right, guys, it is time. We're going to go ahead and jump into this interview, and we're going to see Bounding into Comics. You're on trial. You're on trial. So let's find out.
We do draw from a lot of things, and the, again, the study of myth and story within cultures all points to certain commonalities, and we try to draw from those same inspirations as George did.
Well, that's good.
Guys, first of all, like I was just saying, thank you guys for all that you've done with Star Wars, because now Mandalorian is an event in my household, just like every other Star Wars thing that comes out. So
my daughter watched the first 20 minutes. And then
not every other Star Wars thing for me.
She said, I'm going to bed. And that was yesterday, and she never even finished it.
No.
Thank you, guys. Last year, Ahsoka's episode, The Jedi, seemed to have set up her journey in search for her searching for Thrawn. Will we see Ahsoka tie into the Mandalorian more this season?
Well, the good news is there's a whole Ahsoka show coming out.
I like that you go right for it too. Right.
I got 4 minutes. I got to get the best of
go
it.
for it.
Yeah, I'll talk about it so Dave doesn't have to. But we're in post production. He's done filming. The visual effects are starting.
Why does he say that? I don't understand them sometimes. I'll talk about it so Dave doesn't have to. Why does he say that? I don't know.
Yeah, the showrunner for Ahsoka is the guy on the left.
Dave's his boss. This is why I don't understand the feedback. I just don't.
Is starting to come in. Great cast, and what a rich legacy to build upon. And so Ahsoka is a big part of what's happening in this time period. The question of how the different stories like Skeleton Crew and Book of Boba Fett overlap, that's something that has, that I think is going to be something that's ever evolving, but there are strong stories that are being built concurrently within that world.
Copyright.
Why does the armor have such an important leadership role, outranking Mando even with the Darksaber?
She's, kind of the lore keeper of the group. She's the person that knowledge is passed on through. We were talking about it and how there's probably an armor that precedes this armor, and it goes back through time, and so almost
the songs of
Eon's past. Yeah. So Mando is a warrior, and the warrior carries the sword, and the shaman has a different role. The wizard has a different role.
We're almost there, Nick.
Merlin guides Arthur to find Excalibur. Merlin doesn't wield.
The thing is I watched this.
Yeah, we both did.
Yeah, so I don't remember.
I know, that's what I say. It's coming about the 2 minute and 50-second mark. Where they took that article, you'll be surprised when you hear it.
I saw some people wondering about your comment about Filoni being Favreau's boss.
Yeah,
he is.
Filoni
he is now. He wasn't in the beginning, but now he is.
Filoni is an executive at Lucasfilm, right?
Yep. He is
Favreau
now.
is a contractor. Yep. Favreau is on contract at Lucasfilm.
Wield Excalibur, so I think it's
the high priest and the king are separate in the Bible,
Right.
Oh, now.
I know, Bible's back. Keep
that out.
So we're drawing from myths and archetypes from myths, as George.
Coach, pause it for a second, because remember I told you, which I didn't know this, and I got it. I have to credit the source. I love Ryan Arey on Screen Crush. And they the green thing that Mando showed and said, hey, Mandalore is okay, and he showed it the armor, right? It was the green with the writing, And that
Yes.
was in Mandalore, it was translated, and it's 2 verses, what, Exodus 10.
Exodus
Right. So when
chapter
they
10.
talk about the
How about
religious
Egypt and Pharaoh?
undertones in this season
Did
of
you
The
know that, Nick?
Mandalorian, it's
Or
a
what?
real thing. It's
Hey,
a
you didn't hear nothing that we said?
No, I was responding to somebody in chat on why
Oh.
we're keep pausing it.
We always pause it for the copyright, guys. We don't want to get our stream blocked.
Yeah, we have to.
The you remember the green thing that he's like, I got this from Jawas. This is about
Yeah.
The text that was on it
Mm-hmm.
deciphered was 2 verses from Exodus chapter 10.
Really?
Yeah, and it's about the locusts, right? It's about them having to go and very
The plagues of Egypt.
Plagues, yeah, very, very interesting.
Huh.
All right, here we go.
Uninstructed, yeah.
Grogu's the first Jedi Mandalorian.
Oh, that's not necessarily true.
Oh, since the dark saber,
Okay.
since the dark saber was forged by Tar Vizsla, is the dark saber tied to Grogu's destiny as well as the Mandos?
That would be a smart literary device, wouldn't it?
These are very good questions.
Yeah, it doesn't happen that often. Although I would argue that Sabine is maybe a little bit.
Well,
of
I
both.
don't know if I'd call her a Jedi, though. That's the interesting question is how you define, right, when someone is a Jedi. That's the real question, because a Jedi is a way of training. It's a way of philosophy and being.
Well,
And
Grogu
so,
definitely
remember,
trained with a Jedi.
He was
as much as
trained
the-
when he was young, right?
And also with
However,
Luke.
Luke trained, and then Yoda didn't confirm that he was a Jedi.
This is it.
He says, "Oh,
This
you
is it.
you think you're a Jedi?
This is it.
And he also
He
said,
had to
when,
pass his
when you're gone,
trials.
you'll be the last. You'll be the last Jedi.
When I'm gone.
I'm gone.
So it's interesting. It's like,
But we've
what
seen a
is the
few more
moment?
popped up.
This is all we do, by the way.
This is it.
I
This
just
is what
don't-
they took in that article.
I think the article went too far.
Yes,
They're
no,
just kind of talking their way through it.
Yeah,
you know?
and so the whole he never confirmed it, blah blah blah. So mad props to the folks in the chat who are like, get this video back out, because I was like, I didn't think it was this video, because we all seen this. I think you had it in the show. I gave it to the show the last.
Yeah, we
time.
watched
Like,
it.
this is
We
not
watched
a
it.
New
Yep.
interview. I'm like, really? This is where they got the. This is where he got the. Yeah, Star Wars universe. Mad props. Star Wars. I got to give it up.
Yeah.
I was like,
job.
it was taken totally out of context and spun into an editorial. And I'm like, this is why you gotta go to the source material. Always.
Yeah. That's such a stretch. So it is what
But
it is.
we see it on Twitter.
Yeah.
We see it on Twitter. Oh, Filoni said Luke wasn't a Jedi. It gets
Because of the article. Yeah. We've seen it here in chat tonight. I've said it.
Yeah.
We talked about it yesterday on WDW Pro's video that I did with him. So
yeah,
it's crazy.
It's like a lunch table. This is get the whiteboard. Roll the whiteboard in here.
I'll write
Let's
some
break it
seeds
down.
and show it to him, and we'll get into
Yeah,
this
then it's on.
and that will drag
Yeah.
other people into it
Like,
too.
we shouldn't say that word. No.
That's our.
We wouldn't say that.
So this is what we get paid for. So and we would be doing it at the lunchroom in our high schools if it weren't
Everywhere,
for this.
yeah.
This is what we do outside of the door.
Exactly.
That's what we want.
When it comes to the Mandalorian lore, are you guys drawing from any elements of the old expanded universe?
So that's a good question. And this is one reason why people hate Filoni.
It's somewhat ambiguous. I think we mentioned things. I think we draw from more than just within Star Wars, because they're a warrior culture, and so the way is the way of the warrior is Bushido. It's shared by a lot of different cultures. The Stoics. There's we wanted to differentiate it from the definitely Eastern leaning version of the Force, of teaching of the Jedi, and to create something that felt a little bit more rooted in the foundations of a warrior culture. So samurai and Romans, so and even the Greeks. So it's you see that there's different combinations of more of a Western civilization's spiritual underpinnings. So, but all of this is, in following in George's footsteps of, he looked at, like Joseph Campbell, what are the commonalities of all religions? And so the differentiation is just enough to differentiate it from the Jedi to the Mandalorians, because they were historically enemies. But we do draw from a lot of things, and the again, the study of myth and story within cultures, all
Guys, long answer.
points to commonalities, and we try to draw from those same.
Yeah, we're done here. Like that's just okay.
Yeah,
We're
you're
good.
You're good.
Thank you, John.
You're
Thank you. Thank
But
you,
yet,
John.
but yet he can't answer definitively in succinct fashion how long they were training, but he could go on about Mandalorian history for 3 minutes. But,
exactly.
But again, just a perfect example of an article spin on what was said.
All right. Well, look, it's time. So we told you guys at the top of the show, we've been going 2.5 hours now. We are going to go ahead and open this thing up to pop-ins for our grandmasters and our masters. Nick, you could tell everybody goodbye. I'll take care of pop-ins, and then we're going to have a watch party tonight as well.
Yep. Do you want me to go ahead and post the link for people?
I'll do it.
Okay. Yeah. I want to thank everybody for being here. I've got to bounce. I got some stuff going on, and unfortunately, I cannot stay any longer, even though I really want to stay. But yeah, I got to bounce. But thanks to everybody that sent super chats tonight. I saw we got some new Patreon members. I saw it popped up on my phone. Welcome to all the new EBN channel members. And
by the way,
thank you for all the
Patreon members, you
continued
get
support.
access to our Discord.
Yeah.
So
Yep. So the difference, I had somebody send in a question about this, about being Patreon and being a YouTube member. Patreon members get master level access on Discord, but you don't get the same perks on YouTube. And our Patreon has way more stuff on it that we cannot put out on YouTube. Otherwise, our channel would be shut down. So there's a ton of stuff that we're putting out there on Patreon. We've really vamped up our content over on
and it's
Patreon.
not going away. We're doing it every week.
And
Yeah.
refresh, the lowest member is $5, right?
Yeah.
$5 a month, right?
Yep.
You get all this goodness.
Movies, shows, I mean, God, Deep Space
Documentaries,
Nine, House of
audiobooks.
the Dragon, everything. Like we got so much on here. Documentaries, audiobooks. Look at that. You want 2.5 hours to sit and chill and listen to an audiobook? There it is. Like we take requests. We're doing it all. So
And if you want to watch, like I think you all just said it, right? But if you want to watch the episodes of Mando or Picard or
season 3,
some of these things that are behind
House
the
of the
paywall
Dragon.
for the streaming services, these guys are they're your huckleberries, right? They're posting it on Patreon for you to enjoy. So $5, it's cheaper than any of the streaming services. My goodness, $5.
Yeah, definitely. So,
all right, buddy.
Yep. Matt, thanks for all your help, buddy. Good to see you.
Great
Good
to
to
see you,
see
man.
everybody in
Have a
chat,
great one.
and we will see you guys soon.
All right.
Peace
So you
out.
say bye to Matt and you say bye to everybody in the chat, but you don't say nothing to me.
Oh, well, I mean, I talk to you all the time.
So?
All right, bye, Coach.
You're an ass.
Peace out, homie.
Bye.
Later.
All right, coming in to pop-ins, talking all things Mandalorian and whatever else is on your mind. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Matthew Ween and we have Master Paul. Anybody else wants to come in? Let us know. Come on. Oh, my bad.
You're
bad.
so wrong.
And X-Wing is here.
I know you're so wrong for that. And by the way,
Oh.
Coach, I never showed the Stein the last time. This is the Endor, the special Endor.
No, we all know what that is.
Where'd you
I
get
can't
that
say it.
from?
You can only get it at Galaxy's Edge. I got it at Oga's Cantina.
We also
And
have
I-
King's
that's-
Advisors, the
that's why I
legendary
didn't know, 'cause I
Tron. He
didn't go
fights for
there.
the users.
Howdy,
And
howdy.
Red Tigress.
Yeah, very good.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Hello.
Founder of Star Wars.
It's good. She's here to talk about Andor. I love it when Red Tigress shows up. That's awesome.
All right.
We can argue about Andor one day.
All All right, Risman, you take over.
All right.
I'm here.
Well,
I'm
I
listening.
would say, Tatooine was first, but I don't know. He's all blurred out.
He's not sitting there at the moment.
So, Master Paul, you're first. What's up, buddy?
All right.
Master Paul.
All right. Well, so about the first episode of Mando season 3 for me, I out of 10 give it a 7 out of 10. And I think one of the things that stuck out the most to me, because I agree with everything that you said, that it was a good episode, but it felt kind of lacking in certain areas. And something stuck out to me that I don't think I've seen anyone else talk about yet. Compare the premiere of season 3 of Mando to the premiere of season 2, and especially season 1. Each of the previous 2 season premieres gave us some sort of big earth-shattering reveal that instantly hooks you in. Premiere of season 1, the reveal of Grogu. Season 2, the reveal that Boba Fett is confirmed alive. And at least that I could see, we really didn't get that. It was just reminding us of information that we already knew.
Right. I agree.
So yeah, hopefully everything that you've heard about episode 2 of season 3 of Mando is true, Coach. I do want this show to be good. I am a little bit scared though, and I'm sure many will agree with me. I'm scared that this show overall will have peaked in chapter 16 and that they'll try, I'm sure, but they won't top that scene of Luke coming back.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll say that I want to stay away from all spoilers with The Mandalorian because I love it. But with that being said, when I had the opportunity to hear all the spoilers for the second episode, I felt like I wanted to go ahead and know those because the inside media already got to see the first 2 episodes. And by God, if they got to see it, I might as well know too. So that's kind of how I did that. After episode 2, I don't want to know any spoilers or any leaks, about anything going on with Mando. But that being said, I'm excited about next week's episode. I think it's going to be really good.
And the interesting thing about that, Coach, is, again, no spoilers here, but given what happens in next week's episode, it seems like, where are we going after that? I was like, wow. Like they've got a plan, and they're executing against the plan. And, some people have been, the soundbite of, we had it here today, the soundbite of Favreau saying, well, we're going to go as long as we can, and we love to tell these stories. And everyone's like, well, they have no plan again, and here we go, and we're doing. I was like, no, it's not the same thing, right? They're writing these 8 episodes at a time. So this one's done, and the 4th season is done, and they're just going to keep going and tell those stories they feel like they want to tell. And I'm like, okay, let's see about it, right? I mean, the first episode for me was a little too cutesy. No squeeze, Bat Baby, and
We're 30 minutes in, man.
But I think this season can be quite pleasing for us. Just have to keep going.
Hope so.
You're right. You're right. And then as far as the Dave Filoni comments, I will say, having not seen that full clip before you guys showed it, it did raise quite the alarms with me that Dave Filoni would insinuate that Luke was never a Jedi. But now, having seen that clip, I get it now. It was either him forgetting or him basically meaning something else, but we misinterpreted. Like maybe saying that Luke was never a Jedi when he first arrived on Tatooine in Empire Strikes Back, not even accounting for Return of the Jedi.
I'm giving Filoni a pass on that whole thing.
Right.
That's no different than me and Risman sitting here talking Star Wars and kind of like, oh yeah, this happened. Star Wars is so big that it's easy to do. You can have conversations like that forever, and that's what you do with your friends. That's what we do here. So as far as that Filoni part goes, I give Filoni a pass. And
Well,
I hate to say it, that's
I'm sorry.
seems like that was hate clicks to me. That whatever.
I agree.
Each his own.
Yeah.
If Filoni had said he wasn't a Jedi, Star Wars fans would be up in arms, and they're not.
Right. And here's the thing with Filoni. He worships at the altar of George Lucas, and there is no way he could never believe
False
that
prophet.
Luke was not a Jedi.
Well, I mean, for everyone but X-Wing, I mean, Filoni is the future of the franchise. So, I mean, we have to respect
I don't
that.
necessarily believe that, but I just
This
way.
coming from the man that calls him Filoni baloney.
My money is on Filoni as more than it is on Favreau. I have to tell you.
Yeah.
I have to tell you. So he's got to win me back over on this Mando season 3. He has to.
I love how people give Filoni passes and don't give Favreau passes. I find
Exactly.
that very interesting.
I mean, no, Ghost Rider is an original Favreau simp. So I mean, I wouldn't expect anything.
I have 2 words: Iron Man.
I didn't like Iron Man.
Oh my god!
Oh wow!
Iron Man.
I have 2 words.
Bad take.
I have 2 words.
Can we
Elf.
song him?
Can't believe I let this guy on my channel.
All right, Matt.
What human being did like Iron Man?
I didn't like Iron Man, but before I put this anymore,
You asked human being, so the answer remains the same.
Richmond's taste in cinema has now been forfeited.
Look at.
Just remember, Ghost Rider, his taste in cinema is better than mine. Y'all have seen my movie rankings.
Well,
Even
that's without
Tron's
question.
laughing at that.
Wait, time out. Before I
He
do
really
this
improved,
any
Paul.
more than I already have, Master Paul, the final thoughts before we move on.
Well, really,
Hey,
that's
Master
it.
Paul's renaming the name of his channel to Catching Up with Culture.
Well, the military will do that to you sometimes,
That is true. But for real, final thoughts, nothing more than just saying thank you guys for putting on a great show. I legitimately needed it after kind of a sucky day at work.
So
Well,
glad to have you
our
here
pleasure,
as
bro.
always, Master Paul. And Coach, I have to say, I know I'm a bit biased, but I thought you and Nick killed it tonight. Really,
Oh,
really good
stop.
job. No, seriously.
Oh,
Seriously, really good job.
You got a little something on your nose there, bud. I don't know.
No,
he's afraid he's gonna get fired like Mexican.
Hey, well,
Iron
I
Man.
know that Master Paul. Did you hear my debate about Jesus?
I did.
It's good.
I participated in that in the chat.
Okay, I knew that you would appreciate that. So
Absolutely. Well, I will see you guys later.
Why we
and-
talk about Jesus?
Yep. You guys have a good
Master,
night.
Master Paul knows that old song. Jesus is Lord. Jesus
Oh, yes,
is
I do.
Lord.
I just wish I
Jesus
could
is
sing
Lord
as high, Batman.
forever, ever and ever.
Yes, that.
Uh,
You guys have a good night.
My
Okay.
sweet Lord.
Good
Okay,
night.
I'll stop.
So I thought Matt Tween came back and now he's gone. Is Matt Tween there? He's not there? All right, Caleb's next. Come
Oh,
on, Caleb.
jeez.
I know. What's up?
What we do? Okay. What I thought about. So I already had this conversation with you, but I'd give it a good 7.5. I give it that extra half because it made me say "oh crap" twice.
When?
The
Yeah, what was
alligator
the- oh, crap?
and the
Okay.
Purgle.
Okay, yeah.
I thought throwing the Purgle in there is a great way of introducing it. It's clear they're trying to explain to the normies, how Ezra got where he is. I think it's interesting they're doing it in kind of a reverse order. They're not, it's not Ahsoka going, hey, so there's this person named Ezra and this guy named Thrawn, and we've known about Thrawn now. We don't know about Ezra. That's normies. But now we know about Purgles. And so you can see they're putting all these little pieces together. And I like that. But I really am kind of annoyed that it was a 27-minute episode.
So the interesting thing though about Purgles is I have literally had now 5 conversations between yesterday and today of folks asking me what was the deal with the whales, because they haven't watched Rebels.
Right. Yep.
Can you believe we're asking ourselves that question in Star Wars?
Yeah,
Why
but
was
now
it wild?
They're like, what was that all about?
I thought that was a Star Trek thing
about space whales.
Yeah, they're like, what was going on there? And I said, oh well, blah blah and all that.
How much time do you have?
And they're
we
like,
forgot the names of them, so we're like, Nick's like, what are those space whales?
But see what I mean? This goes back to, we would consider it to be a deep cut, right? Because we've seen everything. But for those folks that were maybe initiated into the franchise, either on the sequels or now on Mandalorian, they're like, what was the deal with all that? And I'm like, well, I think there'll be payoff on it in Ahsoka, but let me tell you a little bit more about it. But I'm like, so what did it accomplish? What they were trying? Was it just for us?
Well, I'll tell you what, we will find out in 4 weeks when the Nielsen ratings come out and Rebels tops the charts.
But again, they did, in my opinion, they did such a piss poor job of recapping anything in this episode. They totally omitted anything to do with Luke.
So can I just say that I don't like the Purgles being in the episode?
Why not?
What? They don't fit. They just don't
because
fit.
It's like
Hold on.
Sure they
can
do.
tell you, yes, they do. And here's why. Okay,
Absolutely.
so if you're on a
Here
ship,
comes Ghost Rider.
I'll tell you who doesn't fit. Grogu.
Yes, exactly. However, if you are on a ship, anybody, and I wish freaking my Navy buddy could have stayed on. However, you're on a freaking ship and you're in the ocean, you will have whales and dolphins and people like those critters following you in your wake, and that's what those Purgle were doing. And it was brilliant how they showed the Purgle riding these quote unquote hyperspace wake with the Naboo starfighter. I loved it. It was great.
All right, so can I lay my reasons for not liking it now?
Well, it's your channel.
Sure.
Please.
Because it's nothing more than Dave Filoni Star Wars, is all that is.
Cough.
Never saw no space whales in the original trilogy.
No.
Saw a lot of hyperspace. So again, so many, like, it's like we go back to Clone Wars and Rebels and we just skip everything else. It's like, it's almost like it just never even happened. So when I see Purgles and when I see Filoni Star Wars, it just doesn't resonate with me as much.
Dave Filoni only cares about telling Dave Filoni Star Wars.
I agree.
That's it. That's the only Star Wars he wants to tell.
Well, I think that's why you see John take the lead in at least these last like 4 or 5 days.
Did he?
Every single interview.
The whales.
It would have been Ahsoka at that door if Dave Filoni wrote the episode chapter 16. It wouldn't have been Luke Skywalker. I can promise you that.
No,
I disagree.
That's not according to
100%. Yes, I agree with myself. Don't you agree? I do too.
Filoni said the only person
You need to change your name to Stash.
We just talked about it, right? Filoni was the one who decided it should be Luke. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, that's
clearly
just what
not.
all we know is what he said. You don't have to believe it. I totally respect
I don't
that.
believe
No,
it.
no, he again, he and Ghost Rider are on the same page. It's Favreau. But I just don't think that's true. In this particular episode, I'm like, yeah, I love seeing the Purgles. Rebels is one of my favorite things ever, right? But I'm like, I'm explaining it to many people, right, about
so
why they were
weird
there and what
agreeing
does it
with
mean and what's the relevance. And I'm like, to me, that's a fail, right? If it has to be explained outside, it's a fail.
Well, I think you'd find that you'll know better than I do, but I think you'd find that you'd have to explain just about everything that's happened in Mandalorian to the normie.
Nah.
Like,
Nah,
what's a Mandalorian? I had to
That was the
explain
whole
that.
point of episode 1. It was exposition reminding us
Yeah,
what
I
happened
still don't
because
know
people
what a
didn't watch Book
Mandalorian
of
is
Boba
now.
Fett.
I think for me,
Why is his name the Mandalorian?
His name is Din Djarin.
Exactly. So why does everybody call him Mando? Now we're on a rock
Because
lizard.
Mandalorians weren't all that prevalent, and so you say, "Oh my
Yeah.
God, it's a Mando! Oh, that's Mando."
No, but
It's the same thing as saying like, "Oh, hey, cowboy." Hey, cowboy.
No, it's not because nobody else gets called Mando.
But they didn't introduce him as Din Djarin, right? They introduced him as the Mandalorian. It was only later that we realized he had a name, and it was Din Djarin. But I think, generally speaking, I have to very much disagree this series has stood on its own for people who have never seen Star Wars, right? Who have never been into it. One of my neighbors was with me tonight accidentally at Outback. He's like, I've never seen that. I've never
That
seen
was such an interesting statement. One of my neighbors was with me accidentally at Outback Steakhouse.
And he's like, I've never.
See, that's a better story right there.
He said, I've never seen Star Wars before. Should I start watching? I've heard about The Mandalorian. A lot of people are liking it. And I'm like, he's older than I am, by the way. I was like,
The
you've never
answer
seen
is
anything
always
Star
yes.
Wars?
Dang.
I was like, give it a try. Right? This series has entrance to the fandom for folks who don't know anything about anything. And now all of a sudden, I just feel like in this season, they're starting to do some of these things. And I'm like, so what's the purpose? Who's going to understand it? You know, why is it not explained in the context of the first 2 seasons? I don't like that. I just don't.
So you're just upset that the Purgles aren't explained? Like, Dan looks down at Grogu and says, "Hey, by the way, you see that shape out there? You know, there's these giant whales."
Din was asleep, right?
Din was passed out.
Din was asleep.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said wasn't asleep.
No, he was asleep.
Yeah.
So I'm
Yeah,
like,
he was out.
So do we think that means he's seen them before?
Matt,
not?
it didn't need to be explained in this episode. That's going to come further down the line. They were just there. Many of us knew what it meant. Some don't, but they will find out.
So that's kind of where I'm at. Same thing with, I guess we are going to spoilers. The
Moff
Paz's,
Wussman likes the
Paz's
exposition,
kid
though.
thing. I mean, in the first episode, obviously Paz is standing there looking at his kid.
Right. No, you think it was a kid?
This stuff has to get fleshed out.
Oh, and by the way, 80% of the people who watched that thought that was a flashback to Din
Well, I
Djarin.
100% thought it was a flashback.
Oh,
100%.
because I watched a lot of the people do their reactions. 80% thought that it was a flashback.
Really?
They
I
all
didn't
went
get
through
that.
the same
100%.
process too.
100%
They all went through the same process. They're like, oh, they're making a helmet for Grogu. They're like, oh, this is the
I
best.
didn't think it was a helmet for Grogu.
Well, the helmet is shown to be a humanoid helmet.
Right.
Then they're like, oh, maybe this is a flashback when they see the kid. And then,
Oh, yeah.
then the N1 comes in. And they're like,
Yep.
this is now.
Yep,
Right.
yep.
I loved
So-
it when they put that helmet on that boy and it made that sound, and I was like, oh no.
The Vader helmet seal.
Oh yeah,
Oh, I
exactly.
didn't get that. I didn't
Oh,
hear
I
that.
must not have had my thing up loud enough to hear that.
It was
I
the
did
Vader
not hear
helmet.
that.
It was cringe, dude.
So,
It was
so
cringe.
here's the question. Do we think that they did that expecting that everyone would think it was a flashback
100%.
Yes.
100%.
and be surprised? Or
100%.
do we
They
just
wanted
think-
us all to go, oh my gosh.
Or do we just think it was another
Which I did.
example of Favreau's lazy writing?
How
that's
can you
what
think
I
it's a
wanted to ask
flashback
about.
if you've already seen young Din Djarin? They look
No.
nothing alike.
We never saw.
mean-
We saw him as a very small child. We never
Yeah.
saw him get his helmet as a Mandalorian.
Right, but the very small child looks nothing like the
No,
kid that
he-
was standing in the
I
living
just
He
room.
looks
kind of thought it
similar.
was a mess up on their part.
Yeah, he looked
Exactly.
similar. He wasn't old enough to. He was. I would say that kid originally was about 5. Then this kid was about 10, and you change a lot from 5 to 10, and that's how I
not
took
that
it.
X-Wing
much.
likes Jar Jar Binks. Just
That was
don't.
like, dude, that was like a child. You know what that kid would be? It's like a good little Kylo Ren baby. That's like a little baby Ben Solo. That's who that looks like. Looks nothing like Din Djarin kid.
Well, either way, it's still. I thought it was a Din Djarin, and becoming.
I thought it was too.
So many people did, myself included.
The power of observation.
But either way, it still was like, wow, that's.
Well, I
freaking
wasn't
awesome, and
liking
then boom.
You know, and I still thought it was stupid.
Well,
No,
that
either
wasn't.
way.
Here's a
But
better
that
question:
wasn't-
why are they living right next to that monster in a
Yeah,
rock?
now
That's
that
a
was
really good question.
Why
I
did
was
they
talking
stay? Why did
I
they
was-
stay in the cave?
I was
after
talking
that
to Pops
happened?
last night. It was like, I think, maybe somebody had like some unused CG assets from like a Lake Placid, like sequel or something. And they were like, well, you can use these. I mean, what was the point of that?
But that wasn't, for me, that wasn't even the most interesting part of it. It's like all of a sudden went from the armorer and Din and one other person. So now all of a sudden there are all these Mandos. There are all these Mandos in some unknown place.
Do you not remember the end of season 1 where Din is being chased and like 15 Mandalorians show up and start protecting him?
But
they were all killed.
Yeah,
no, they weren't.
No, they weren't.
Yeah, they were.
John
They
survived.
literally pulled their
and-
armor out of a pile in the sewers.
They were all. It was only the armor that survived that. Number
And
one,
Paz.
but now number two, I'm like, thinking
I'll have
about
to go back and watch
that
that.
again on that ring world. There was
Right.
the armorer, there was Vizsla, and there was Mando. And now, all of a
Well,
sudden
and then
they
I think they kind of cover that though with second. I want to say it's chapter 2, where someone mentions the fact that only one of them come above ground at a time to cover their numbers.
Well, they again,
Which
you're
is
making
why-
my point, right? There was many more than one of them, and they were all out in the open.
Which is why he got his nickname Mando, just to circle back to that.
There you go. Nice circle back.
All right, Caleb. So, final thoughts before we move on to Tatooine. I think Tatooine's back.
I hope the next episode is better. I did like the Bad Batch episode more. I finally caught up.
That was excellent.
I feel like Bad Batch might be on a swing up.
Mm-hmm.
But if Rex mentions having 2 friends that own a garage on the bottom of Coruscant again, I think I'm going to throw something. But that's just me.
I think any of the gripes that we're nitpicking. I know he's not here. We're nitpicking on some of these things. I think what I've read about episode 2, I think we're gonna love it. I think we're gonna love it.
Great.
Be surprised by it.
Yeah.
We're gonna love it.
Coach,
All right.
I'd like to know where I can find out about those spoilers, because I'm a spoiler slut. Not afraid to say it.
Oh, definitely. Look at Coach's eyes.
We might can put that on Patreon.
You gotta put that on OnlyFans.
Clip that.
Debbie
Well,
does
you
Star
told me I
Wars.
was full of something
my
last
God.
week, and I turned into being a slut this week.
Debbie does Star Wars.
Oh, you bet. Better than most of you.
The
Oh,
Slut, season
boy.
3.
Sean loves it.
Look at Sean.
He loves it. Thank
Oh,
you, Caleb.
boy.
Matt Sweeney, are you there? Are you back, Matt?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, man.
I got
Tell
that
you what,
reference.
Debbie, we will talk about it in Discord.
Okay, great.
Silence. Users trying to speak.
Ooh, he's got his
I
deep
kind of like
voice.
the echo.
Me too.
Okay, big one from me. I hope you all been doing good. Coming in Mando season 3, it was 7 out of 10 for me. Master Pual pretty much said what I was going to say, so thanks. I just thought that it would be a little bit more. Now, I want to update on what I have been doing. I've been streaming YouTube only for quite a while to gain my watch hours. Right now I'm at 625. I have a all-in-one playlist on my channel, so if you all can, have it run in the battleground on 1% volume to help me. Health-wise I'm doing alright, but lately my back's been edgy, but I'm okay. Much love everyone.
All right, my boy Tron.
Thank you,
Let's
Tron.
go.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you for updating us, my brother. We
All
love
right,
you.
Matt Tween is up. Come on,
Man,
Matt Tween, do
it's
it.
always tough to follow up with Tron.
I know.
Those are big shoes to fill right there. Come on, Coach, man. I'm going to disagree with you on the Pergill. That wide shot of where they just held that beat with the music of the Pergill. You're talking about how we've never seen that creature in any of the originals. I mean, if you're going to complain about creature design, you got to complain about the pirate Captain Chia face. I mean, that guy did not belong.
Greg.
Even George Lucas on his worst day would not have approved that in
Agreed.
pre-design. That character just doesn't. I mean, I don't know what they were thinking. I'm all for being creative with new Star Wars characters because we do need them now and then. I mean, we got to see an IG unit, we got to see a Kowakian monkey lizard, we got to see Trandoshans and Weequays. We saw a lot of familiar characters, but that one, man, yeah, that is just that does not belong on any.
It looked
Star
like
Wars.
it was based on Pirates of the Caribbean.
Now the voice actor for that, the voice is great.
Yeah.
I mean, he did an excellent job. I'm not knocking the actor or the voice actor. It just threw me off for a loop. I was like, what the heck is this Saturday morning cartoon stuff? But other than that, I'm like Tron, like everybody else, 7 out of 10. I'm not completely satisfied with it. You know, it was kind of a soft episode, first episode of the season, but I'm patient. I'll see what else comes on.
Yeah, so Bricky, I just highlighted it. Bricky said, "Why not Hondo?" And I think the reason I think for me the reason why, as much as I would have loved for it to be Hondo, the reason why it wasn't Hondo is he wouldn't have fit into the dynamic that they were trying to show, you know, in how they were acting because they were just mean, right? Those pirates were just mean pirates. And I mean, Hondo was a little bit silly and, you know, he was on it for the profit and all the rest of it. But I never got meanness out of him. So that's why I'm like, every time it's the Filoni thing again. He's got a hard on for the pirates. Every time he brings on pirates, I'm like, is it going to be Hondo this time? Is it going to be Hondo? And it's never Hondo.
He does like his motifs. He's got the Western motif, the pirate motif. There's just some. I mean, that goes back. You know, George Lucas did that too. It's kind of samurai and Western. You know, but it's always kind of Filoni is sort of taking. You know, he's putting his thumbprint on it for sure.
Yeah. And it's
I mean, a lot of people like to use him as a scapegoat, but and he's got legitimate things to be criticized on. But shoot, nobody. I mean, name me somebody else who's been working with George as long, who's taking the lead, doing anything right now.
Certainly not Favreau. So I'm with you.
No, I mean Favreau. I like Favreau's enthusiasm about it, but he's also very political. He can't spoil anything, but he can't say anything wrong either. Or, you know, he's got bosses too.
No, Venger, I know, and this is near and dear to X-Wing's heart. I know. Venger said, Pirate said avast. I cringe.
Bro.
I cringe.
Right?
Yeah.
Wars. All right, said my piece. Congratulations, Coach and Nick, on Auburn beating Tennessee tonight. In basketball.
Didn't even know, but thank you.
Thank you, Matt. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Matt.
All right. So I was going to say X-Wing is next, but he's okay. X-Wing is next. Come on, X-Wing.
No, I'm here. I'm definitely here.
Yeah. No.
Really quick before I go, if I can, I'd like to share something, if that's okay.
Yeah.
I avast ye dogs.
I'm sorry. Well, hang on a second. I was asked, this is for Mama Bear because she said slut.
You just said a no-no word.
Yes, you did. It's true. You just said a no-no word, so we're going to embarrass you. You just said a no-no word. You did this to yourself. You just said a no-no word, so we're going to give you.
Well, I didn't know that was a no-no word. That's not.
Have you been looking for that the whole time?
Last week.
In 45 minutes, he's been digging for no-no words.
No, Darcipio just said.
Okay.
He just called for it.
Okay. All right.
So I wanted to drop this really quick. We've got somebody here on the panel who is near and dear to all of our hearts. Tron needs some upgrades, dude. Okay.
All right. Do it.
It's living on the circuit can be tough, especially when you don't have the hardware that you need. And so we've got a GoFundMe going for getting Tron the equipment that he needs to stream. I'm going to drop this in the chat right now. We're already at $200. We are well on the way. Well on the way. Big shout out to Anonymous. Almost.
Anonymous.
Yeah, please, if you can, if you've got a couple shekels, look, I know, you can't always drop $100. You can't always drop $200. But if you got $4 or $5 in the bank account, it's like, you know what? I could do without a Starbucks in the morning. Just drop by, hit the GoFundMe, drop a couple bucks. We're going to get it moving so that Tron can be just straight up 4K the next time that we see him stream. And please, if you're in the chat right now, get over to the Legendary Tron. If we can drop his link in the chat as well for the channel, get over there, say what's up. He's live streaming damn near every day. He live streams a heck of a lot more than I do. Show some love. Let's get this GoFundMe going. We're heading for a it's an RTX. Actually, I don't even remember the name of it.
It's an RTX 4090.
It's not a 4090. We moved the goalposts just fairly slightly to a 7900 XTX.
Okay.
Fairly slightly. Still an absolute Lamborghini of a graphics card. So please click on it if you can. If you got a couple shekels, do it. If you don't, that's fine. Just drop by and give a subscribe. Spend some time on the stream. Now, when it comes to Star Wars, Mandalorian Season 3, Episode 1, I thought they made a lot of really interesting decisions for this episode. So the first thing that we get is a massive CG flex. That's all that was. I feel like the whole reason for the giant Lake Placid version 2.0 Gator was just to flex a bunch of CG. Obviously, we're introduced to one of the story hooks, which is Paz Vizsla's kid. And then, of course, we see the N1 come in and blow up some guts. And then we get a bunch of exposition about how, Din Djarin, we got to re-explain everything in case you didn't watch the Book of Boba Fett. The big things that stand out to me are overuse of CG for a scene that didn't need it, a bunch of exposition, really weird dialogue. So saying things like "your landed gentry." I don't know if you saw that video, but I don't understand the use of Old English, and I mean OLDE, Old English, in the episode. And I don't understand the pirate. And the pirate stuff, this is something that Filoni, he bugs me like crazy. Nuance is missing from Filoni's style of storytelling. So if he's going to do a Western, you're going to have tumbleweeds and banjos in the background if he's doing a Star Wars Western. If you do a pirate, there's going to be bandoliers and canes and pirate boots. And the pirates are going to say, "Avast," even though it's in the Star Wars universe. So this guy is missing the nuance. A little more nuance would have gone a really long way for me.
Well, next when you saw on when they were in Navarro, they had the medieval band was playing like
like a lute. Yeah,
right there.
There's too much that's on the. It's so far beyond on the nose that it's actually bashing you over the head with it, and I don't like that.
Speaking of Avast, Daryl the Derelict with a $5 super chat. Hey, Avast, where's me space rum, Grief? Captain Chiapet is thirsty.
No, he doesn't drink.
Thank you, Daryl.
That captain, I guarantee that captain drinks Baileys from a shoe.
From a shoe.
Doesn't drink rum.
You want to go to a club where people wee on each other? I'm old Greg.
Old Greg.
He wants some death sticks.
I'm hooked to your rod, mother liquor. Yeah, it was old Greg.
AMD 7900 XTX. My PC is AMD based CPU. It's for gaming and streaming.
That's right. We had to get the components linked up because he's AMD.
Hey, Diablo 4 the Summertron.
I'm AMD and I use a.
He's going to be outshining you with his graphics
Yes,
card, though.
yes, he is.
All right, X-Wing. Anything else you got, or we move on to Red?
No,
Tiger?
leave me alone. Why do you guys keep following me?
Leave me alone, please. No, I'm sorry. That's a whole different thing. All right, Red Tigress, you're up. Let's talk about Andor. Tell me.
Let's not talk about Andor. Except like all the things that Andor could have done a whole lot better.
Lady said no.
And actually made it a good series. Mandalorian season 3. Oh, I loved it and I hated it at the same time. I ended up giving it a 7. The main reason is we did see some evolution in Grogu. A lot of the fear he had when things were going on around him is not there. Like every time Mando drew his gun in the first 2 seasons, Grogu would slam the egg shut. Now he's almost like, "Oh, what you gonna do there?" So I think there's been some evolution in Grogu that we'll see as we go forward. I have to agree with X-Wing. The pirate stuff just drove me insane. It was overkill. It was too much. He reminded me of the pirate from Pirates of the Caribbean. And I'm like, this guy, no.
It was very, very
Davy Jones.
Disney. It was very
Yes.
the pirate
Oh,
stuff was
okay.
very Disney.
It was very Disney. It looked, for what had so much good CGI in some places, that character was just so bad.
Mm-hmm.
It was awful. As far as the stuff at the beginning, I don't know what that was about. I guess it was all to introduce the kid that we're going to know later. What? I can't see it, Coach. What's
Dark Rebel.
I think he's
Okay.
bragging.
Sorry, I'm just excited about my new frisbee. That's all.
Well, sorry to bore you,
Isn't it
Coach.
called a disc?
It is a
But,
disc for sure. I say that for the layman, you know.
Layman, yeah.
For the uninitiated, it's a
Yeah.
frisbee. Yeah.
Exactly.
The
looking
normie.
At, yeah. Looking at all of that, I still gave it a 7. If I went back and rewatched it, I'd probably lower that score a little bit. So I'm hoping for more out of episode 2, because it was almost like it was a half an episode.
Mm-hmm.
It was
They should
kinda
have
like,
released them. They should have released them both at the same time.
Have
Yes.
they said why they
they
do?
should have.
Just like they did with Kenobi, just like they did with Andor, just like they did, but they're milking
That
it.
first short
They're milking
episode
it.
just didn't fly well with me.
Yeah.
As far as the interviews go, I've never trusted Filoni. He's too fixated on his own characters. And again, X-Wing's going to be my friend after this stream, I think, because I have to agree with him. Filoni has no nuance. And that is one of the concerns that I have about Ahsoka. I mean, the Ahsoka episode of Mando 2 was really well done. It was a great introduction to the character, because at the time I had not seen anything of her. I'm afraid of what he's going to do when he's the one running the show. So we'll just have to wait and see. We're going to have to see if he can tell that story, give us some of the nuances that the character deserves. And like I said, I think a lot of people give Filoni a pass because, oh my, he worked with George Lucas. Oh,
He gets no pass when
No.
Ahsoka comes out.
No, this is true.
If you're going to sit in the big boy chair, you got to get the job done.
But I think people
You're
give
muted,
him a
X-Wing.
lot more of a
Actually,
pass
just
than they
so
should have.
happy.
Sorry, I'm just praying. I'm just
This
like,
is the
"Preach,
happiest he's
preach,
been
you,
in
Come on, you keep on,
weeks.
brother. Come on.
Since you guys
So-
wand.
The other thing that I thought that came out that was very interesting that had me thinking this week is one of WDW's comments that made me think about Coach, you've been doing videos with WDW Pro about the quote unquote future of Star Wars and Rey and Grogu together. And WDW Pro brought up a very interesting point that kind of resonated with me, because I'm kind of that way with the Matrix trilogy. How many of the sequel trilogy fans that say, oh my gosh, I love Rey, really love that Rey-Kylo relationship? Can Rey carry a movie even with Grogu by herself without that relationship? Because it is that way for some people. Because for me, the Matrix was the Trinity Neo relationship. The rest of it was just kind of side notes and kind of interesting stuff for me. And I even watched Resurrections, which was the most horrible movie, but I watched it because of the relationship. So I think that's
I
interesting.
do want to break in here. I totally respect your opinion, and that opinion is always welcome here. You know, you don't have to believe something somebody says. There are some things that I know about what WDW Pro released that I can't say. He could say, but because he's a good man, he doesn't want anybody to lose their job.
He also said from the beginning, this isn't fact, but this is definitely something that's in the works. This is something that's being talked about.
Yeah. No, it's fact where it's at right now.
Yeah.
It's not to say that it won't change. Right?
Yeah,
You know
next
what I
month
mean?
something could happen and change it completely.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I have to say again, it's and WDW Pro. I think he does good content, right? So it's no disrespect against him or his content. I think it makes no sense for them to put the next movie out featuring Grogu in the future while they're still running Mandalorian on Disney Plus in the past. It makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, it also makes no sense that they don't have Han, Luke, and Leia together. You kill Han in the first episode. You make Luke.
Let's not forget Rangers of the New Republic was fact. It was announced. So things change.
I hear
Gina.
I hear what you're saying, Coach, but I'm just saying they would be cannibalizing against themselves, in doing this. And so I have a hard time believing if The Mandalorian is going to continue to stream, which it seems like at least season 4 and now season 5, we talked about it earlier, that it's going to keep going. They're also going to put a future movie out that's going to feature Grogu. It just doesn't feel right.
And I don't think anybody here necessarily disagrees with you on that comment, Matt. It's just we don't trust Disney not to do the right,
Exactly.
not to do something that actually makes sense.
It's almost like I trust them to do the wrong thing.
I love that.
I'm sorry, but I gotta do this before I go. The pirate stuff.
Don't take your shirt off.
Pirates of the Caribbean in freaking space. The captain looking like a freaking tree alien.
There you go. There you go.
I love it. Okay, that's 3 out of 9 here.
You keep it clean here, Tron.
He said freaking, Coach.
I know.
All right, that's a no word for Coach.
All right, Red Tigress, final thoughts before we move on to Mama Bear.
No,
Oh
that's
no,
about
Ghost
it.
Rider. I think Ghost Rider is next, sadly.
Oh, that is wrong.
I mean, sadly,
poor Mexican Iron Man.
You got to remember, Ghost Rider. Matt has 99% bad takes on everything.
Wow.
You're not wrong.
Oh, shut up. Why are you
It's
still
okay.
here?
Look, I know how awesome I am. Okay, it's cool.
Final thoughts, Red Tigress, before it's Ghost Rider's turn.
No, that's about it for today's topics.
Great to have you here as always. Thanks for joining. All right, Ghost Rider. Please
You know,
do.
I was gonna agree with Rissman on something, but now I forget what it was.
Somebody go outside and
No
make sure
doubt.
there's not a pig flying.
No doubt. No doubt.
But like I okay, as far as the tree space pirate captain goes, I thought it was brave of them to take that shot. It missed, but you know what? Good on them for trying. And as far as the old-timey type language, I actually am tickled pink by all the language and stuff. Okay, I love it. I think it's great. Hush you. You had your turn.
I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
The like landed gentry and stuff like these are actual titles and stuff that people held back in the day. And Star Wars is a space fantasy. It's a space opera, and it coincides with the genre. And I mean, it makes sense to me. Just because X-Wing over here doesn't like it.
Is there any point at any time that I've ever said that the definition or the use of the word is incorrect?
I appreciate
going out of your way to say it is.
Look,
No, I have not.
I acknowledge that you never said that the use of it was. You've never said that the use of it was incorrect. I understand it's the fact, the setting, and how they're using it in the setting that you're using it. Okay, I get what you're saying.
That's like you and I are hanging out having a beer, and you're like, "Are you hungry?" And you're like, "Yes, I need to be satiated." You would look at me like, "What?"
No, actually, I wouldn't. But I hang out with weirdos that that like talking odd like that. That's just me.
You just admitted it's odd.
Odd to the majority of people, not to me. It's not odd to me. It's normal for me. What is weird? What is weird, X-Wing? What is weird?
Prosecution, I rest my case.
Well, his name on here is weird. So is Debbie's.
That's not weird at all.
Debbie does.
Oh my
All right.
God.
I
Debbie
can't.
does.
Oh my
Star
God,
Wars.
Debbie.
I cannot see it. Down at a
I said
disadvantage.
Debbie
Weird-
does.
weird-
Debbie does
weird-
Star Wars.
Yes.
Weird is anything that is abnormal. What is abnormal? Anything that is not normal. Normal is what you're used to. If I am used to something that you would consider weird, that is normal for me, it is weird for you. I am acknowledging it from your perspective that it is weird. It is normal for me.
God, I feel I'm back in law school.
Yeah, we're mincing words for sure. I understand where you're coming from, but this is somewhere you can find a land in between abnormal and off-putting.
But
I liked the turtigator. I liked the turtigator. I thought it was cute.
You liked the
The-
it's actually
the
it's
what?
officially called the turtle dinosaur.
oh, the alligator thing.
Yeah, the turtlegator, the
So
turtigator.
Star Wars.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and as far as
the
everybody,
alligator.
like, oh, why would they make their home next to the lake with the alligator? Oh, yeah, maybe they didn't know it was there.
I feel like he was just mocking you on that one, X-Wing. It sounds like he was.
To
mocking
be
you.
No,
fair,
it was
she definitely knew
Coach.
it was
definitely
there.
Coach that said, "Why would you put your home there? Why would you stay there?"
I was mocking Coach a little bit.
Oh
yes.
my!
She definitely knew it was there because she stops little baby Vizsla in the middle of his oath.
That was her warrior senses.
Oh,
I don't agree that it was their warrior senses, but if
Oh,
going
my-
along
Now here
your
come
side
the
of
force-sensitive arguments.
No,
about
no, no,
frickin-
no,
oh
no,
my!
no.
Not
I never
everyone
know.
is sensitive.
I never said
So, but
anything about
I'm not
force
saying
senses.
they're sensitive.
Was she gonna-
What I'm saying is she was looking at him, so she was looking at the water. Did she see something moving in the water that alarmed her? Which is a
Yeah.
possibility, but
Yes,
that's
she may
all I'm
have.
saying.
She may
Yeah,
have.
but also if you've been living somewhere longer than like 42 minutes, you know what's around there. Especially if it's
Something that could eat all of you.
yeah, especially if it's an alligator the size of a freaking
Hard to
Star
miss,
Destroyer.
right? Very hard. To
I mean, how lucky are they that Din Djarin showed up in a Naboo starfighter
Mm-hmm.
at just the right time?
You'd almost call it convenient.
Yeah.
You know when he
Convenient,
showed
yes,
up, it
it's very
come-
convenient.
And
This-
shot him
this-
in the underbelly,
this
not
whole
in the
episode,
armor.
this whole episode, well, it's shot him. He shot him in the side, and it was with a proton torpedo.
That thing took out the Death Star.
He didn't show up in a starfighter. He showed up in lazy writing. That's what he showed
Oh
up.
my god.
He
my
showed
God.
up in
This whole
Bravo,
episode.
I'm
lazy
so excited to just
exposition
argue
to
with you
set
for an
up.
hour tonight.
I cannot wait for
That's what
this.
happened. That's what happened. But
I
do
want
we
in
think,
on that conversation.
putting that to the side, what do we
I don't
think
think it's
she
gonna
was
be a
doing with the-
conversation. I think it's gonna be.
What
a
do we think
murder.
she was doing with the water? Was she gonna put it over his helmet? Was she gonna ask him to? What was she doing?
I thought it was
So
going
that
to be
was,
some
what
sort
was
of
the
like.
religious significance to the water on the planet that they were on? That was the big question for me. Why is she
Baptizing.
why
Yeah.
is she baptizing
So-
him in that particular water, or is it just signifying bathing in the living waters? Is it signifying it?
I
That's
think it
that's
was-
how I saw it. I saw it as they're not on Mandalore, so they can't use that water, so they're going to use this water.
Yeah,
to
because
be
that lake, by
like
the size of that thing, it's 80 to 82, possibly as high as 85% turtle dinosaur pee at this point.
The only
Well,
thing
we
good
don't
about
see
the
that.
You don't
armor,
know. You don't know how they secrete their waste.
the only thing good about the armor is her last name in real life.
Oh my God.
Oh no!
Oh, it's Omega.
dear.
It's like
Armor
the
Fett.
second worst thing Filoni's ever done.
The actress's name is Emily Swallow.
Silence. Users trying to speak.
Have a good one, fam. Love you all. I will see you all at ICCC if we don't do this between then.
All right, take it easy, Tron.
Love you,
Bye,
Tron.
Tron.
See you again.
Be safe.
I'll be talking to your mom soon.
We're gonna have that graphics card by the end of the week if it kills me.
Do it.
And it just might.
All right, Ghost Rider.
A noble
Final
death.
thoughts
so-
before we move on.
And I By the light of Lothal's moons, I love the
Oh,
Purgle. Okay,
Jesus.
just saying.
For what's the one that what do all those kids say for light and life?
What?
It's the High Republic people. I don't know.
We don't know any.
I don't
That
know.
doesn't- High Republic doesn't exist.
X-Wing,
I
you
wouldn't
just
wanna say
disappointed me.
anything
You
they
read the High
say.
Republic?
The
It's
what
the,
Republic?
no, it's like for light and life. I think that's what they are. That's like their weird little mantra.
It's the dumbest
It's
thing
not
I've
may
ever
the
heard.
force be with you. It's for light and life. I think
All right,
that's what it is.
Bright Suns, Bright Suns. Thank you, Ghostwriter, for
Maybe that's
being
what it is.
here. Bright Suns is what they say on that too. All right, Debbie does Star Wars is next.
Yes.
Oh my god!
And
Can
then
we
it
not
says-
ever
and
do
it
that
says
anymore?
underneath,
Can we just
you're-
stop it now?
You're under things that slut. I think so. Go.
Well,
Go,
that
Debbie.
hey,
He said no word.
if you have a badge, wear it well.
God.
N-O.
No, 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 no,
No.
So after what Coach said to me last week, is that would be like me telling him he had
Nightmare
All right.
fuel.
Okay, that one's
Keep going.
Was not me. Was not me.
Oh, we know who it was. We know who it was.
I'm just saying. Brown eyes for Grogu. Anyway,
Absolutely.
Definitely black soulless.
no, they're not. He's got a beautiful soul considering some of the things I've been hearing tonight.
Wow. Wow.
I'm
Wow.
worked up. Let's go.
Jesus loves me. This I know.
I do.
Because
Hey, I stood up for the
Grogu told
Trinity
me. Please keep going. Keep
You know what
going,
they used to
Debbie.
say? If your eyes are brown, you're full of.
Oh,
Love.
good point.
Oh my.
Full of love.
Oh.
Why you got to come at me like that?
Who? I'm not coming
Darth
at you. I'm coming
Grogu.
at Coach.
Huh?
Love you.
What?
Huh? Pay attention.
Keep going, Debbie.
So anyway,
What's on your mind?
I had 3 shows that gave me pleasure, and then I watched this tonight.
Debbie.
Wait. Oh, I'm gonna have to play another no song here in a second. Let's keep
Debbie's
going.
on a
The way
roll.
she said that made me uncomfortable.
Which one's
I
talking?
didn't get a
I don't know
shower.
who's there.
Oh my goodness.
So
Coach, what has happened tonight? What is going on?
I think we need an adult.
brought the wrath out. Tell
Nick
It's after
leaves
11
and
p.m. Eastern,
everything
so-
goes to shit.
He attacked me personally last week. I'm still not over that.
I did?
Yes. He
How?
told me I was full of shit twice.
Oh!
Excellent. Get that off your screen.
Hey, it's Chuck Connery.
N-O, N-O, no, 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 no. N-O, N-O, no, 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 no. N-O, N-O, no.
No.
I got
Well,
different
anyway.
songs.
Now I
Coach's not having it
myself
tonight.
in the waters of getting that off my chest. Now I feel better. But anyway, so I had 3 shows that really made me feel good, and of course, watching this always makes me feel good.
Card
I wouldn't
episode
have
1, 2, and
offered-
3.
Huh? I wouldn't
Yeah,
have put 10 admissions, subs if I didn't feel that way. So I gave Mando an 8.5. I gave the Bad Batch a 9.0, and I gave Picard a 9.5. So everything went up. Nothing was perfect. I only give Echo Base Network perfect scores, even tonight,
Aw.
because
I did a great job tonight.
everybody
You did do a great job
It
tonight.
was good.
I agree.
Even
The
then.
hubris.
I said all kinds of things that people disagreed with. It was wonderful.
Yeah, you weren't yourself.
Give yourself a pat on the butt.
You weren't yourself.
You're in the Star Wars fandom. That's not an accomplishment.
No, it is. But
It's a dime a dozen.
I mean, the only thing that it has to make happy is me. So I was happy with my shows. I
Look,
I could see
is all the things that I've said about Mando. Even though I gave it a 7, and even though I criticized it as much as I did that episode, I still had so much fun watching it, and I'm so glad it's back. And
I mean,
how is 7 a bad rating?
It's not. It's not.
You know, that's a really good question, X-Wing, and
It's
I say it on here all the time. Is it not okay if I choose to love something that I don't think is great?
Dude,
Absolutely
a 10
not.
out of 10 is a
Right.
classic that they're going
Because
to
I
talk
like
about
Bad
for the
Batch,
next
and
100
that gets
years.
canned every
Return of the
week,
Jedi.
so-
Like a 7 is
Return of the
a
Jedi
very
is not
fair
a 10
assessment.
out of 10.
I
Quiet,
agree.
Oh boy.
Nick always says how much he dislikes something, and he'll rate it a 7. So I'm always kind of confused about his ratings because I really didn't like that, but I'll give it a 7. And I'm thinking, well, Nick, gosh, you really gave it a good grade.
Something could be a 9.5, and he'll shit on it for an hour.
Right.
You know?
So, Coach, I think there's for me there's nothing wrong with the 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10 is a good rating, but the issue is there is a part of the fandom that's like, oh, it was a 10 out of 10. It couldn't have been better.
Yeah,
it knocked it out of the park and all that. I'm like, okay, I can give you one thing that could have been. Moff Gideon wasn't even in it.
Right.
There's so many things about the past storyline that weren't represented. So I'm like, how do you give it a 10 out of 10?
Right.
The only thing that was
Couldn't be
ever a
better.
10, the only 10 out of 10 was episode 16.
I won't even give that a 10 out of 10.
I do. I only do because the only reason I give it is I saw the effect that it had on everybody on this panel that I love.
But if you're looking at the show objectively, was the storyline absolutely perfect? Was the music absolutely perfect? Was everything in that show, that particular episode, absolutely perfect? The point, you would put it up against The Godfather. You'd put it up
9.5.
against all these different, I mean, would you put it up against
9.9.
Empire Strikes Back? Like, you have to look at
I
it that
had
way.
it a 9 out of
7
10.
is a very, very good TV show.
What is it?
7 out of 10 is a very,
Yeah.
very good TV show. Like, I feel
that's
like
why
me
I
at like
said-
6 to 6.5 is being a little generous.
So let me just give you as a nurse, we always said, is your pain out of 0 to 10? What do you rate your pain? Everything was a 10 with most people. I never rated anything when I had pain as a 10 because I said I hope I never have anything that horrible.
Well, they just
But-
wanted the drugs, though.
Yeah, they wanted the
Right.
drugs.
Absolutely.
They just wanted the
But
drugs.
pain, but you're just like with television or anything it's your perception of what that number is. So to somebody with a hangnail, it might feel like a 10, but somebody that's having a heart attack, and let me tell you, I've had both. My heart pain didn't feel as bad as an earache that I had one time, and that is an honest to God's truth. My heart pain was actually very little, but my earache sure as hell was very a lot. And so it's just the type of pain. So when people are rating something, you have to go back and you have to think, well, what? It might have been the music that made them hate the whole thing. Coach, I swear to you, I really didn't hate your opening, but the music was terrible.
Oh,
but I love
another
the
music
show.
hater, another music hater, yeah.
But the show is great. You see what I'm saying? I would still give this show a 9.5.
Did you hear me try to say that
I did.
I tried to change the music?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I heard you bring your little announcement in, and I knew that's what it was because, I know that how much you've tried. I know you've had.
It's a pain in the butt. If somebody wants
Trouble
to
with
do
it.
our pre-shows for me, I'll give it to you.
Sure, just stick me on there for 15 minutes. I'll scream and rant and talk. Yeah.
Oh, God,
I was just
no,
wondering,
don't do it. No.
I know that has to be
Favreau
horrible for
is
you
the
not to be able
future.
to figure it out. And I give you kudos for trying. And I'm just saying that I knew something was wrong right away when that music was on. I said, oh my God. But anyway, that's, but so anyway, with the Purgles, not everybody, even who's even maybe watched Rebels, caught onto that real quick or seen it. I'm sure. And it was not meant to be a statement being made tonight. That was a very quick look. I'm sure a lot of people still aren't going to understand what that means, but they will know what it means later. They will know what it means later. They're not meant to understand it right now. That might not, come into
I just
context
got
till the
doxxed.
late show.
You just
I
got
did get
Oh my
doxxed.
goodness.
I have to boot scoot. I got to start my own show here in about 5 minutes. I need like a 2-second break in between. So thank you so much for having me on.
Love you.
Please, yeah, if you can go back to that. It was in the chat.
I
for
will.
the GoFundMe. Get Tron a couple dollar
do it.
hollers.
I'll do it.
Everybody have a good night. It was so good seeing all you guys again.
See you there.
too.
See y'all soon.
Bye.
Later,
Bye, guys.
Gator.
And
I have to go too. Can I cut in and say one
Yep.
thing real quick?
Sure.
I am so sick and tired of people not dying in Disney Star Wars.
IG.
IG-11 had a thermal detonator on his chest,
And it was a great death.
and he could come back.
Yeah.
I mean, the thermal detonators aren't that big a deal, and Jabba and Boba and
you guys have never watched soap operas.
and C-3PO were stupid for being afraid of Leia's thermal detonator. So I'm tired of it. People need to die. It needs to hurt because that's what makes the story better.
That would be a great video. People in Star Wars who didn't die.
Like I said, none of you people have ever watched soap operas.
No,
People
I watched
have
good.
died
I
4 or
watched
5
good
times and
television.
Come back.
I watched
Well,
good
we
television.
know we got at least the Grand Inquisitor and Riva on the list, right? So I mean, there are many.
Shut your mouth.
Well, she for sure didn't die.
Riva is done.
There are many.
Reva needs to go.
Yeah, but she
They-
didn't die.
Darth Maul,
They could've
Boba Fett, Palpatine.
Well, Qui-Gon died.
Well, did he?
Did he,
Did
though?
he really die?
Well,
Darth
he
Maul
said
did
so
die.
himself.
He's now part of the living force.
Yep.
Mm.
That stuff doesn't
Okay.
bother me. It's make
Okay.
believe. Why do I care?
Y'all have a great time. I enjoyed being on here. Sorry it was
Bye,
late,
Great
but
talk to you,
John
you too.
John Graber got me drunk. So
Oh, yes.
There you go.
That's what John does.
at
All right.
least I
Debbie,
kept all my clothes on.
Debbie,
Oh my God.
Debbie, final thoughts?
No, I can't. Just that super feeling about where Bad Batch is going now. I think that's gonna be a real shocker on the ending. I think there's gonna be some big twists and turns there. I think it's gonna get more exciting, Coach. I know you hate to watch it, but
The Bad Batch?
yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather watch two frogs making love on a fuzzy,
Oh
fuzzy
no!
channel.
Come on. Coach.
Before Grogu eats them.
Hey, you got to feed the little green guy.
Okay, I guess I'm
thank-
done.
Thank you,
All
Debbie.
right.
So two things. So Jedi Master Lawrence is next, and Coach, I think I actually also have to go. 'Cause I'm-
Get out of here.
Thank God.
We are
Oh,
going to
Ghost
watch
Rider
party,
is
right?
happy, but I need to take a quick break, and then I'm
Show
I'm
Risman the door.
X-Wing. So you got it? You okay?
I got it.
All right.
Coach can
Great to
handle
see you
anything.
all. Thanks again for
I
having me.
Night,
appreciate
Matt.
it. I appreciate
Enjoy.
Bye,
it.
Matt.
Enjoy. Good to see you, John. Take care.
All right, Jedi Master Lawrence, you are up. And let me remind everybody, we're going to be having a watch party for members in Discord. We're going to watch Mandalorian's episode. So go ahead, Jedi Master Lawrence.
I liked the episode. I didn't understand the gator. I'm like, ooh, that's one big gator. Why are they there? In a way, but kind of like Bad Baby. But the pirate looked like a combination of Treebeard and Davy Jones. I'm like, what the heck was that?
Davy Treebeard.
Yes, Davy
Yeah.
Treebeard.
He is an interesting looking guy.
Yeah.
Here, I can
And that
I
was
can pull him up
bad
for us.
CGI on that one.
Yeah, that's just
No big deal.
I think they could have done better on that.
Yeah.
Swamp Thing,
I-
maybe?
Like I said, great attempt. I applaud the attempt, but I just don't think it. I think it was a miss.
I agree.
Pirate might not have been a terrible idea, but Filoni pushed it too far.
Mm-hmm.
Aye.
Erica, were you happy overall with the show?
It was good. I wasn't really looking forward to it after the reveal that Grogu was going to be back after Boba Book of Boba Fett, but I'm like, oh, okay, let's see how they're gonna. Are they going to acknowledge that how he came back or what? And they didn't do it. I'm like, okay. So it's only for us special people who sat through those 2 episodes of Book of Boba and are like, oh yeah, I know what's going on, but you haven't answered the question for everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we'll get the answer to the question later.
Maybe.
We'll see.
Well, like I said, I gave the first episode what I gave it, and I'm really excited about watching the next one because if what I'm hearing is true, it's going to be really good.
Yeah.
So, and I'm excited about where the story might take us afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a friend who, here in, I think he's in Illinois, who has a disc golf company store, and he has a couple discs for his his dad who passed away a few years ago.
Oh,
he was
wow.
a retired firefighter who had died of a heart attack while he was shoveling snow. So,
My gosh.
yeah,
Well, I collect Frisbees. I love them.
I'll see if I can find out information on.
If he's selling them, I would be interested for sure, especially if they're old ones. Yeah, that'd be great. Very
Hey,
cool.
Coach,
What's up? Hey.
remind me I have to ask you about a certain toy that I'm looking for that you might be able to help me with, but it's not to do with Star Wars.
Okay.
I'll do it later though.
Not a problem. Well, Erica, anything else on your mind, or are you going to be able to watch the watch party with us here in a few minutes?
I'm going to try, but hopefully, if I don't pass out again, because last week I
understand.
passed out with a migraine, and I'm like, my family's like, go to bed. I'm like, okay.
All right, girl. Well, thank you for your take. If you got nothing else, we're going to move over to John. John Kokoza, our brother. What is up? What did you think? Lay it on me.
So, let's see here. I definitely agree with you guys as a Star Wars fan. Probably I'm in the range of about a 6.5 to a 7. If I was just critically watching this compared to some of the other great shows that we've gotten in the past several years, yeah, that's down in about a 5 for a premiere episode. So leading into that, for a season premiere of something that we've been waiting for 2 years now, and that has had so much hype behind it, that premiere was weak sauce. I mean, it was just like, come on, guys, this is what you're giving us after 2 years of waiting. And then that leads into the shortness of the episode. I mean, we're realistically, when you factor in the intros, the credits, and then also the little recap with Din going back to the armorer, we really then only had 3 new scenes in the show itself. So we're at about 21 minutes. So we're at a Seinfeld episode for Lucasfilm and Disney. And, you know, I was just kind of like, really? Seriously?
And
Like, we
Picard's
get
like
how-
53 minutes, absolutely spoiling us.
Yeah.
They
I
should
mean,
have dropped 1 and 2.
Yeah, they should have. They should have just
Agreed.
bundled them up. That also goes into just watching the levels of response on social media. You know, when season 1 came out, it was all over my social feeds. And I could just see Baby Yoda this and Din Djarin, and everybody's posting about Mando. This whole week, I hardly saw anything on any of my social feeds about anybody watching this show at all. I
You know
didn't
what's-
see the normies.
You know what's crazy, John, is like when season 2, the last 4 episodes of season 2, we were averaging between 400 and 700 people in our live streams because it was on fire and everybody was talking about it.
Mhm.
I told Nick and Risman before the show, I was like, I don't know how are we going to have like our normal amount of people here? Are we going to have 200? Or are we going to get back up to 500 or 600? It's not an indicator of Echo Base. It's an indicator of Star Wars.
Yeah, 100%.
You know,
And I think that we said this, all of us on this, we all said they really needed to knock it out of the park with this. How many times have we heard that over the last 2 years? Well, when Mando 3 comes out, they've really got to knock this out of the park because they've just been failing at all their projects. And this goes into the next thing, is that this whole episode just felt like I was watching the cutscenes of a video game. That's the level of kind of writing and kind of what I was getting out of this thing. It was just kind of like, oh, here's a little thing, here's a little thing. And I thought the writing was pretty lazy. I just felt like the whole entire episode was, here's a new MacGuffin, here's a new MacGuffin, here's our little MacGuffin from the planet, here's this little MacGuffin we need for IG-88. It just, now suddenly the Darksaber's a MacGuffin. You just have to wave it around and that's it.
It was very much like a video game. It was like, you got to go here and do this. You got to talk to this person. You got to go get the droid. Now you got to go get the part to fix his brain. Now you got to go. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, it's like a game.
And the thing is if you're telling an overarching story and you're using multiple shows to do that story, there has to be some sort of continuity between the tones of the shows. And what we've gotten is, we had Book of Boba Fett, which was just campy and cheesy and just comical and not the mafia style thing. Then we had Kenobi, which was a little off kilter. And then suddenly we go into Andor, which is just dark and serious. And now we go into like video game mode. And it's just hard to keep that feeling. Like, I thought some of the costumes too, like I was sitting there looking at Vaughn and I'm like, God, does that mask look rubbery? Like, it just didn't, for me, look real. Right. And then, of course, as everybody said, Captain Pirate was just absurd. Like, how that even makes it to the screen, how you're at Lucasfilm and you're thinking of all these just ILM people who work there, and John and Dave, and they're sitting there looking at that thing thinking that actually looks good.
Yeah.
Like, you're going from Grogu, which is this amazing little animatronic puppet that looks so damn real. Sorry for the curse word, but that's a semi-curse word.
You're good.
And then you have this guy who looks like Pizza Hut with green grass, and you ripped up the turf from your local golf course and put it over him, and then grabbed a bunch of seaweed and dumped it on top. This just, and the dialogue was so cringe. And I mean, like, the dialogue that we actually did have, like, there was just parts, and I'm kind of like, wow, man, like, what is this, dude? Like, this is what we waited for? I mean, comparative to like the premiere of like a House of a Dragon, even some of the Last of Us episode, it's just like, I'm like, what are these people doing?
I think the next episode will definitely make up for it, though.
Well, you think the next one will make up for it?
I think the next one will make up for it.
So a lot of the inside media, they were able, early access, they got to see the first two. And I do know, apparently, I was given a synopsis of the second episode, what's going to happen, and I'm intrigued. And it definitely is an improvement from what we just saw. So I will say that.
I hope so. I mean, I truly hope so. I'll now, after pooing on the thing, I'll give some good points. Obviously, as a fan of Rebels and as a fan of the story overall, I do like the Purgle. I like that. I wonder if the normies are going to pick up on that at all. Like, they won't even have any clue what's going on. They're just going to be like, what are those shadows in space?
But they'll see him again.
Yeah, of course. They have to see him again if they watch Ahsoka.
I've had, just like Moff Risman said earlier, I've also had several conversations with normies asking about the shadows and what they are. So, if nothing else, it's taking normies to, like, pushing them to go do their own independent research, so to speak, and to find out what these things are. Because, a lot of people have never seen them before if you haven't seen Rebels.
And you had to watch Rebels to way into the season to actually start learing about those things too. You couldn't just like watch the first two episodes. You had to go deep into Rebels.
And as far as Filoni's Star Wars goes, the Purgle, I think, were a good addition to Star Wars. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I totally agree. I had no problem with them. I thought it was actually a really cool concept, and I was like, yeah, why wouldn't there be, you know, if there's something as Amaroth, if that's how you say her name, why wouldn't there be Purgles? You know,
Amarath? No.
Amarath.
Yes.
Yeah, that's how you say it, right? Amarath.
Or are you talking about
Abeloth.
Abeloth?
Yeah, Abeloth.
Abeloth?
That's a yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
Abeloth is the big nasty, the big force basically force Satan.
yeah. Yeah, that can just transfer and appear all over the universe and the galaxy, and you know,
Yeah.
battles Luke. And I thought that the tone of the gunfight, like that, I got drawn into when we had Grief and we had Mando and then the pirates, and just the tone of that, how Mando just like starts leaning up against the tree casually, and you know, Grief isn't messing around. Just that tone switch, I was like, okay, yeah, like this is what we want, like this serious stuff. You know, here we go. And I thought the gunfight was good. I thought that they did handle Gina Carano's exit pretty good. Just explanation. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. She's a ranger, and then she brings in Moff Gideon, a high value target to the New Republic. She goes to Coruscant. She brings them there. Of course, they're going to say to her, hey, you know what? You're pretty badass. Can we have you for the special forces? Well, I've got this thing back in the range. No. This is way more important. Like, we need you. I could completely see that happening. Would I have liked to have seen that actually happen?
Sure.
100%.
And that's what we were supposed to get. She was supposed to get promoted, and then that from there spawns Rangers of the New Republic. That's where she becomes a ranger, is by bringing him Moff Gideon. But you know what? Then, you know, Kathleen Kennedy and her ilk decided, no, we don't need that strong woman. She's too strong a woman.
Yeah.
Too
Well,
strong.
I'll tell you
a woman.
what, boys, it's the story is still being written. Olaf Van S, our friend, sent me this. This is a tweet from Gina Carano herself. She says, it's this picture right here. Thank you for the support you've shown me, not only over the past few days, but over the past few years, and some of you even longer from my early MMA days. You'll never know how much that support matters and makes a difference. And here it is, folks. It was an honor to play Cara Dune. She will ...
I know it. I knew it.
The
That
story
would
is
be-
still being written.
I knew it.
I look,
I love that one.
John, I just get the feeling like John Favreau is the type of guy who would just be there in the political sense behind the scenes. You know how it is at company, you know, when things are just hot and heavy, and he's like, hey, just let this all blow over.
Exactly.
And then we're going to figure out a way to bring you back in.
They
You
had
mean
to
he's
wait.
logical?
They had to wait to get rid of you know who.
Yeah,
That's true, too.
100%.
Yeah.
I've been
true, too.
saying that forever.
And the last thing that I thought was a great look, there was the space battle.
Absolutely.
I was like,
I knew
awesome.
you were going to say it.
Yeah,
Yep.
awesome. Fantastic choreography, weaving in and out of the asteroids, the battle. You don't know where he goes. He suddenly disappears from view, but he's picking them off one by one. Oh, that was awesome. Like, I was like, more of this, please. Like that was definitely a highlight. I was sitting there just like, oh wow, okay, here we go. Like, now we're getting some Star Wars. Like, this is awesome. You know,
I did want to ask Nick. He vanished before, you know, we all came on. I was
Don't
like,
worry.
is
Anything
he
you want to ask
happy?
Nick, I could answer
Is-
it for you.
Is he
so-
actually happy that we finally got a space battle? He's been griping about it
All right,
ever
here you go.
since
You ready?
the
You
show
ready?
came on.
Well, it's about freaking time. I mean, you know,
I
it is
think
called
that's what he
Star
said.
Wars. Like, growing up, man, like, gosh, all the space battles, and it's like they freaking forget that, you know? Like, anyways, that's how'd I do?
That was a pretty good.
Yeah.
that
Nick.
was good, man.
That was good, Nick.
We gotta get a little raspier voice, and we'll get you.
Oh,
in there.
I can't do that.
You can't do the raspy voice.
I can't do that.
Finally,
You know,
we got space battles. What
He's a tough
dang.
one to mock.
I
mimic.
can, if I hear him a few more times, I'll get it.
There you go. Do it.
Well, like what Risman would always say is like, let the story play out. It's the first episode, everybody. Like, so of course, like, it's not like I'm gonna turn off the show. I just that yeah, I wasn't too stoked. I was just like, okay, guys, like, expected a little bit more from you, you know.
I agree.
Like, you know,
I never would have imagined, like, if you had asked me a year ago, am I going to enjoy Picard The episode of Picard more than Mando when the first week Mando came back out. I would have thought
Bizarro
there was
world, man.
absolutely no way, and but this is a great I mean, they're stupid and they're going to do what they do, but this is a great indicator for Hollywood to take notice of.
Oh, 100%.
What fans actually want and what we will pay for. And
Yeah.
what we will get on here and talk about and love. I mean, we could have literally spent the entire night talking Picard.
100%.
It's all about who is the one behind the camera, writing the story. The actors, people forget the actors are just hired guns. That's all they are. They're hired guns to portray one specific role of the story. And it's the writers, it's the producers, the people behind the camera that actually that matter. Like, I mean, not to say that actors don't matter, because they are the talent and all that good, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But like a lot of times, especially in that sphere, they forget that it is the writers that make the story happen.
Yep. Yeah, and if you take for example exactly what you're saying, if you think back to episode 3 of Picard, that conversation between Jean-Luc and Beverly Crusher and how that was written, I mean, that's some real powerful stuff right there.
And people are saying, "Oh, it's just a rehash of with Kirk and David and all that." I'm like, no, it's not. This is completely different. Kirk knew. He made a conscious decision to respect his ex's wishes to stay away, whereas Beverly did not give Jean-Luc that choice.
Yeah,
Correct.
and Picard being who he is in command and always making those tough choices, to be robbed of making that choice, that's where it was just like when he came out with that, I was like, wow.
Absolutely.
But the writing also, if you look at the last several episodes of the Bad Batch, there's some writing in there that has been just great, man. I mean, a couple of the episodes, the Crosshair episode, this last episode where we
with the Zillo Beast.
Yeah, with the Zillo Beast, where it just got dark, and one of the just, I mean, the way that the Empire came in, and it's like that entire colony, that entire civilization of people saw the Zillo Beast. Those people are going to disappear now.
And it
They're
feels,
gone.
honestly, you know what it feels like to me? It feels like there's one guy that's floating around that knows about these franchises, that's been, advising the writers and whatnot. And whenever that guy is involved, the writing and stories are great. But then it's like, then you get these lulls where the writing just goes to crap.
Yeah.
It there's a person there that they took out in that process. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, like the ringer is missing.
Yes.
Like the ringer from the team has just disappeared, and they're in the tournament, and suddenly the team's falling apart. I mean, if you tie that scene in Bad Batch where the Empire just loads up all those civilians onto those cargo ships, guess what we're coming out of? We're coming out of Andor. Where did we see all these people just being kidnapped by the Empire going into slavery? So it was like, man, did the Empire just take all those people, and are they going to kill them because they saw the Zillo Beast, or are they going to just work them to death?
Yeah, they're worth more in work camps.
And what kind of tone? That's not, like we're dealing with kid shows, but that's a serious tone, man. That's you're sending
That's real world, actually.
That's the reality of the Empire, though. That's what happened in the Empire.
I know.
And it I mean, yes, it's a little bit more adult themed, but even in, like, you can even go back to Looney Tunes. There's adult themes in Looney Tunes that, but it's a cartoon, but there's definitely adult undertones and whatnot that adults pick up on that kids won't.
Right.
And I think that's what's happening with this stuff. But yeah, like you said, it's like the ringer's missing. That whoever, you know what? We know that Lucasfilm and Jon Favreau and them watch these streams. Hey guys, get that guy back.
Yeah.
Get that guy back.
Thanks for watching, John.
Wherever he
Dave.
went, get that guy back. Do it.
I didn't even mind Omega in this last episode because they actually made her seem real. They made her seem like, yeah, a little kid would be scared. A
She
little
didn't
kid.
bother me.
She
Yeah,
didn't bother
I'm
me
with you
this
on that.
episode at all.
Yep.
And I think I forget who it was. It might have been Thor Skywalker and his wife talking about it. And they were talking about how she wasn't causing all the problems and she wasn't the solution to every like the amazing Mary Sue solving the problem, because it was this whole thing with her character. Either she's causing the problem and creating all the trouble, or she's like the absolute bestest ever and finishing.
Exactly.
This one kind of seemed like, no, she's frail and she's got emotions and she's super scared and I was like,
She's
okay,
learning.
she's learning. It seemed a lot more realistic,
I
and I was
felt
like,
that her weapon to me is so dumb.
yeah,
She does need to get a better weapon.
Get a blaster.
yeah.
Like, that is so stupid. Having a laser bow and arrow. Are
Well,
you serious?
To be fair, she did pick it up off the slavers. It was there, and I guess she just hasn't gotten a better one. Although it's been months. Like, we go between episode and episode, it's been like there are months that go by. So she could have gotten a new one, but
Give her a
we'll see.
small, chewy crossbow blaster.
That'd be dope.
An Omega size one.
A bowcaster?
Mm-hmm. Give her
Guys,
small
I'm
bowcaster.
going to let y'all all have your final word. We've been going 4 hours, and we still
my
have to have a
goodness.
watch party. So, Debbie,
Going all night long, Coach.
I'm not.
Go for
Debbie,
it, Deb.
any final thoughts or anything?
I can't wait to hear the spoilers you're going to tell me at the in the back room there, and I'll be looking forward to that. And I'm looking forward to the next 3 shows of the ones we talked about. And I'll see you in Discord.
I'll be there in just a moment.
Stay
Ghost Rider?
awake.
I'm going to. Hey, the good thing is the episode's only like 28 minutes.
Oh, that's great.
Ghost Rider?
You know what? They really messed up when they brought Grogu back. Disney executives, stay out of the dang writer's room.
Yeah.
Get the ringer back. Whatever y'all got to do, get that guy back. I don't care. And you know what? We are, you are. May the force be with you.
Love it. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it very much.
Yep.
And Brother John.
Thanks for having me on tonight, everybody. Thanks to the chat. I love everybody's opinions today. You can follow me on Twitter, just at John Kokoza. And this Tuesday evening, I'll be on Poor Choices with X-Ray Girl for about an hour or so. We're going to be telling some stories about all my modeling shoots and the haps that happens and all that stuff. So if you want to hear some of the spicy stories about all the models that I get to shoot, I'm going to be on with X-Ray Girl, dishing the dirt. So
Awesome.
yeah.
Well, I'm sure that'll be spicy.
Yeah.
All right, brother. Well, we appreciate you coming on. Thank you for everything.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Yep. See you, bro. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. It has been a fabulous run tonight. I hate that Nick had to leave early, but you still had me. Thank you to Matt Rissman coming in and taking over pop-ins for a little while and everything. We had a great show with so much to discuss, so much to go through. We're going to be watching The Mandalorian this coming Wednesday morning. I cannot wait. I do want to tell everybody that the way that we do that is going to be a little bit different moving forward. I'm not going to get up anymore. I'm not going to stay up through the night anymore. I get punished the next day for that. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to get up around 4 in the morning, and Nick and I will do our live watch at 4 in the morning, and we'll roll our reaction out and our post-watch discussion. And it's not that bad, to get up an hour and a half before normal. I typically get up at 5:30 in the morning to go to work. So I'll get up at 4. I'll go to bed an hour earlier the night before. No big deal at all. So that'll be easy. That'll be best for me, and all of you guys probably won't even know because many of you aren't up that early watching or waiting anyways. So our complete watch through reaction will be posted on Patreon. Nick will cut it up and post it here on the channel. And I will post our post-watch discussion here on the channel as well. So you'll get that this coming Wednesday. Go join our Patreon. It's $5 and you get so much. Movies, documentaries, audiobooks, shows, reactions. You want it, it's there. And we really appreciate your support. Thank you all for being here. We love you all very much. I really look forward to these Saturday nights with you guys. They are special, being here with all of my friends. So thank you guys so much. As we always say here, we are, you are Echo Base Network. May the force be with you. Members, head over to Discord. Even if you're not a Grandmaster or Jedi Master member, I will move you in and we will watch the Mandalorian's episode here in about 10 minutes. We are, you are Echo Base Network. May the force be with you. For Nick, I'm Coach. See you guys on the next one. Coach and Nick from Echo Base Network, thank you so much for being here with us tonight at Echo Base TV, where community happens.
Beheadings are on Wednesday.